Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the very last day of the European Rover Challenge 2024, which takes place in Krakow, Poland, and is broadcasted live. This robotics and space event in Europe is addressed to the world of science and business as well to the general public. Let's welcome all the participants of the Rover competition, space experts that are present with us, and also the audience joining us here and those who watch our broadcast live. Today we focus on Mars. The event's main organizer is the European Space Foundation. ERC in 2024 is co-organized and hosted by the AGH University of Krakow. The event is held under the honorary patronage of the Minister of Education in Poland, the European Space Agency, the International Astronautical Federation, the Mayor of Krakow Aleksander Miszalski, the Marshal of the Małopolska region Łukasz Smułka, and the Polish Space Industry Association. The project is financed with the government budget funds granted by the Ministry of Education and Science under the Social Responsibility of Science II program. Partners of the event include the Cassini Matchmaking, US Consulate General in Krakow, Mars Society Polska, Polish Space Professionals Association, a Polish Space Agency, Explore Mars Europe, Małopolska Regional Development Agency, MathWorks, 3D Connection, Pyramid Games, Pokojowy Patrol, Spaceship Foundation, Empiria and Wiedza Foundation, Join the Space, Pratt & Whitney, and Centrum Business in Małopolska with the funding support of Małopolskie Wojewodowship. Supporting partner of the Mars Yard creation is Przedsiębiorstwo Kopalnie Porfiru i Diabazu. The partner of today's program of the event is Humans to Mars Summit Europe. In a moment, we'll have a glimpse of what happened during European Rover Challenge over the last years. And after this video, we will join our jury with a little talk about what's going on the Mars Yard today. Enjoy the video.
Space industry is booming all over Europe. And so whether you're Luxembourg or Portugal or Spain or Italy, whether you're big or small, you're trying to be part of this.
I cannot imagine a better way of preparing people for our future projects than, competitions like this.
And all these jobs are there to be had. So if you're studying something that you think has nothing to do with space, check again. You might find out that 10 years from now, you're actually needed.
Great engineers and great scientists building great products. That is what the space industry consists of.
There's something deeply philosophical about space.
And we are the first generation where Mars is just about to be at the reach of our hands. It's a logical continuation of feeding and nourishing that nomadic gene that is within us as humans.
The most important and fundamental part of being human is imagination, this aspiration that we have, which drives us to explore space. So this is something to be proud of, this is something to celebrate.
The cooperation is obviously not just between governments, but it's between the private sector, academics, non-governmental organizations, even students that are combining math and science studies with imagination and creativity.
One person can make a difference and therefore shoot. That's my assignment to you.
We're wide open for culture, for fun and adventure, and priceless treasure, for the art of masters, bold colours and flavours, to share memories and celebrate life, offering vibrant local culture, history, architecture, and a land that is yours to explore. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for wellness, for body and mind, to relax, to rest. Take a deep breath and feel reborn. Catch some sun, then find your rhythm. Explore new ground to embrace the soothing power of nature. Find your path, surrounded by history and culture. And enjoy the journey. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for meetings, for making introductions, exploring new possibilities, hosting events in person and online, for connecting passion and vision, to build opportunity, pursue perfection, and the ideas that make the world better. We operate in style, connecting people in a city of history and culture. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for food lovers, welcoming you with fresh tastes, savoury dishes, tasty street food, and refreshing drinks. Fusion flavours, traditional favourites, locally grown and served with pride. Enjoy the atmosphere and taste life at its best. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for adventures, for something new. To thrill, refresh, explore, to push further, or go with the flow. Experience local vibes and stunning landscapes. Gain perspective, take it easy, or find your way to the top.
Space industry is booming all over Europe. And so whether you're Luxembourg or Portugal or Spain or Italy, whether you're big or small, you try to be part of this.
I cannot imagine a better way of preparing people for our future projects than, competitions like this.
And all these jobs are there to be had. So if you're studying something that you think has nothing to do with space, check again. You might find out that 10 years from now, you're actually needed.
Great engineers and great scientists building great products. That is what the space industry consists of.
There's something deeply philosophical about space.
And we are the first generation where Mars is just about to be at the reach of our hands. It's a logical continuation of feeding and nourishing that nomadic gene that is within us as humans.
The most important and fundamental part of being human is imagination, this aspiration that we have, which drives us to explore space. So this is something to be proud of. This is something to celebrate.
The cooperation is obviously not just between governments, but it's between the private sector, academics, non-governmental organizations, even students that are combining math and science studies with imagination and creativity.
One person can make a difference and therefore should. That's my assignment to you.
Operatorzy operują łazikami. Posiada on
The European Rover Challenge 2024 competition is almost coming to its end. But how are the teams doing? What's going on the Mars yard? Let's listen to the jury member, Wojciech Głażewski, who is ERC main Euro of maintenance task, and also Remco Timmermans, who you know very, very well from a Mars yard. So let's welcome our speakers. Let's go to the stage and let's have a little chat of what's going on there. Can take a seat, I think so. Yeah. So, how are the teams doing? I mean, what are they doing now? All the tasks are over already, or they're still fighting? What's going on there?
There is still one less task. It's a new task this year. It's a kind of fight for the probe. So we, for the first time, put multiple rovers on the Mars yard. So they compete with each other to grab as many this kind of probes as they find, because up to date, in each task, one rover participated, so we can score it very thoroughly for every activity and be very precise in the judging the team performance. But this task is unusual because we do not judge every activity, every little thing of the rover or of the team performance. We just give them scores of what they can just get from the Mars. So it's very unusual even for teams, kind of stressing, because 5 rovers are on the Mars yard, and just that they can even hopefully not, but even crash in this pursuit for the probe. but it's also very attractive to the public, right? Because there is lots of happening in the Mars yard. There is a movement. There is like cheering from the teams. So it's very like open for the public, especially that we have like Sunday today, like family. We expect lots of spectators.
And so it's on purpose the very last task, right? Because if something wrong happens, then the Rovers are, I mean, the competition is over. Then
yeah, exactly. And teams would be willing to risk to like push the Rovers forward and to make it really like work as this idea of competing between the Rovers.
Yeah, so Remco, what's the spirit of the teams? I mean, you were the one that were really running in between, seeing what's going on, seeing all these emotions, and how do you feel? I mean, do you any special things that is in your mind?
Yeah, well, there's a few things. Of course, the emotion is always there because for these teams, let's not forget, this is not a 3-day competition. Yes, they started on the Mars yard on Friday, but they've been working on this for years, and they put their whole, I wouldn't say their whole life in it, but they put so much effort into this because for them, this competition really matters. And I actually think it was you who said in one of the interviews earlier that every team that is here is already a winner. They're just doing the last stage here, and you see that. You see that their spirits are high because they have been selected for the European Rover Challenge. And again, I say this a lot also in the live stream, this is not a beginner's event. This is an event for the best of the best robotics engineers in the world. And that's also something I would like to highlight again and again, is the European Rover Challenge is a global rover challenge taking place in Europe. So we have teams from all over the world competing against each other, but what we see is also a lot with each other, because they're learning from each other in the process. And that's the interesting thing. If there's a rover on the Mars yard, it's not just the team itself that is standing there and cheering. It's also people from all the other teams. And that is what I like about this spirit. So everybody's a winner. And yes, of course, at the end of the day today, we'll see just one overall winner coming out. But everyone is a winner here. And that's really the spirit. And that kind of reflects the space industry, or the industry that this is part of, is that global collaboration.
One of the German guys told me that because we organized the event at the beginning of September, so because in Polish system of education that lectures end at the end of June and start at the, let's say, end of September, at the 1st of October. But in German system, they have like exams at the end of August, right? So the guys told me that for them it's this actual hard decision: study for the exams, like finish the like studying, or come here, or go get to the workshop and connect wires, right? So I didn't know that actually until they told me that. But but they choose to come here, right? They do like everything to just like what they must, right? But their hearts are here, right, with us, and that's telling, right?
No, absolutely, and it's right what you say. It's a choice that they make. In this case, I didn't know that either, but they're missing exams to be here. But this is a career booster for all of them. And what we see, and I talked to a few of the exhibitors and to a few of the sponsors of the event, why do they sponsor the European Rover Challenge? Why are they so involved? Because this is the rare talent that they're after. These students, they will graduate in 1-2 years, whenever it is. But these people, partly due to participating in challenges like these, are the best robotic specialists that the world, let me emphasize again, the world has to offer. And these companies who want to be on the forefront of the latest technology need these students as their new chief engineers. So there's a lot at stake here.
Yeah, and beside the actual like engineering knowledge, like technical knowledge, what's the other thing they get? Because about, let's say, 100 people like finish their degrees in the university, but the ones who stayed in their homes, right, they did the exams, like, say, properly, they didn't face this hard decision. So the companies, the professionals, when they when they want a partner in the company in the future activities, they can have young people who didn't face hard decisions, and they can have people who faced hard decisions and made good decision in this hard, like really answered hard questions. And it's not something you can get from university. You can recognize these people and find these people here, right, at the ERC.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's a good point for maybe future teams. If you're watching this and you think, well, maybe I should do this as well, you have this urge to participate in these things, come to Poland, maybe next year or in 2 years, do so. I mean, this will give you the extra points that these cool companies to work for are looking for, and this could just stand you out above the crowd, exactly as you say. So I really like that point. Thank you.
So it is a competition at the end, right? But can you see some kind of friendship in between teams? I mean, are they helping somehow each other, or it's rather, like looking at the technology and then, trying to copy paste it? Because there are stories around, maybe not around this particular competition, that that some team has lost the Rover because it was not shipped somewhere, and some other teams gave some spare parts and so on. Is it something happening like this here?
Yeah, it's a bit of both, I think. I mean, of course, this is a competition. Everybody. Really, all these teams are in it to win, of course, and that is what a competition is for, and that's why the audience wants to watch, because they want to see the winner. That is the basics of storytelling, is about challenges and then winning something, and that's why this concept works so well. But I think more importantly, we do see that cooperation, that mutual support for each other. And I talked to some of the teams, and some of the teams know that their technology, they're participating the first time, their technology, now that they're here, doesn't match the technology of other teams, but it doesn't matter, because they're already here and they're learning. So you can say they're spying on each other. No, they're learning from each other. And the best practices from all the teams will be reflected in the Rovers next year.
Yeah, they spend with each other like 24 hours a day, so they really get together. And even one of the students told me, even the less prepared teams, like fresh ones, they support these very advanced ones, because it's like they know who is the competitor for the championship, who's the best, who's the most chance of winning, and it's for them supporting this let's say the best teams. It's almost like participating in this road to the first place, right? Because when they, let's say, spy or to try to be beside that, what do they gain? Right? Nothing. But it's some kind of, it's like a vacuum. Let's say, that sucks the energy of the people, of the young students, when they see they see their colleagues that are on this road to focus on the achieving something really incredible, and all of them want to join this journey because they are here. It's a great part of this journey, but they just come together as a great human student body consisting of 300 people, and it's all of them achieves this championship, right? And they really do feel that. They told me about it.
That's cool.
Yeah, no, I totally believe that. I was thinking while you say that, how many couples do you think are being formed here between teams? Just wondering, because this is such a diverse crowd. I mean, that's the reason I mentioned this. We see a very diverse crowd. We see a very international crowd coming from all over the world, but we see female and male students. I don't know the exact percentage, but to me it looks like almost 50-50.
Yeah.
And that is incredible. We're going to talk about that in one of the panels today, but that is quite a drastic change compared to 30 years ago, when it was grey men like me making this industry. That is not what you see in the Mars Yard, and that is really encouraging. And cooperation can have many forms. So I'm just curious.
Well, so you've been here for many, many years. I mean, actually, Wojtek, you are the one that was one of the very first people, right? Or even the first person on Mars. So, and also, as I understand, a member of the very first team that won this competition, right? So, and Remco, you're here also for many, many years. And you see that the competition is evolving. It's growing. And when you look at this edition, this year, like very anniversary 10th edition, and compare it to the other ones, what's very special on it? I mean, we know we have some new tasks, and we know we have like on site only, on not remote formula and so on. So what's the very special thing of this edition? Do you have any?
Actually, I have some existential problem with today's edition, because one of the teams actually like checked all the boxes. It's like we in the rules we just challenge them with state of the art of the technology, and they just did that. So what's next? It's like we ran out of technology to challenge them with. It's like, why should I come next year to the ERC? Because it's like finished. It's done.
Done.
Right?
After 10 years, right? Achieved.
10 years, year after year, edition after edition. It's like tens of like burnt motors, and it's like finally the I've seen yesterday. Actually, it was the last competitor in the dark when they put this like. Spotlights, and the whole team was there. It was like magic. It was like 2001 Space Odyssey, you know, this monolith. It was like this kind of vibes, and they just turned on the rover, and it did everything by itself. It's just like they remotely explored Mars on the Earth. It was like, it is great. It's incredible. I was in mild shock. And after the while, I just like sat down at the desk and said, "It's like I'm done with the judging. They just did what I didn't know what to do next." It's ridiculous.
That's a good one.
Yeah, but it's like fulfilling a 10-year-long dream. So it was incredible for me, especially that. I'm one of the persons that dreamt that dream for 10 years, so it's like the achievement of incredible let's say journey, but the level is so high that they just done that. So we face really actually the challenge for us for judges, like what to do next. It's like we cannot just leave these guys like that. We gotta get them another challenge next year. Like maybe let's ask them to win Nobel Prize or so something.
Well, that's a challenge for you right now, right? So to know what to challenge here.
Yeah, and let me link into that, because one of the things that the ERC is very good at, and maybe that should go even further. But one thing that the European Rover Challenge is really good at is reflecting the latest in Mars science, and reflecting that in the Mars yard, reflecting that in the challenges. And maybe you should do that even more, but the team has evolved in that time. The team is very diverse in the sense of the different backgrounds, the different elements of science and engineering, but also outreach, marketing, presentation tasks. Is very varied, and that has evolved over the last 10 years, and it more and more reflects, in my opinion, reality. Sending a rover to Mars, sending Curiosity or Perseverance rover to Mars, is very similar to sending a rover to Krakow, and that is what we want. And the Mars yard should reflect that. The technology on board these rovers should reflect these latest science missions. And again, the ERC team has developed such that it is doing that. And therefore the ERC, in my opinion, is the leading rover challenge in the sense that it is the most realistic. Not just from an engineering point of view, but also from a science point of view and a workforce point of view. You need a very diverse team from different backgrounds to participate in this challenge and to win this challenge.
So do we already know the winner? I'm looking at you. So, I mean, I don't want to know the name, but is it already known or is still what's going on? I see the faces, so maybe I shouldn't ask this question. So
this is the wrong question to ask in the morning of the award
so
ceremony.
let's finish it with the competition is still on, right?
I answered in a way. I can just say that students know who is the winner. Already know.
Ah, okay.
All of the students, if you ask them, they already know who is the winner.
Okay.
So we're not going to ask them until the ceremony.
Actually, it's kind of like ridiculous because they spent with each other so much time for the last 2-3 days, and they observe each other. They do create this like multiple student body, and they feel in their guts what who will win, who is the winner, even before we as judges like sum up the scores.
Okay.
So because we know like yesterday in the evening, today in the morning, we can add up these numbers and be sure, and we can like get it in Excel. But they know that, they already know who will win. Like yesterday, they already knew. So they
observe really, and they know. I mean, every single task, they know who was the best in every single task, and that's how they deduce that it's the winner. Okay. So well, it's maybe that's what you said. I mean, the time is over in a sense that if some team can do all the checks and the others know that, I don't know if it's the same team or not, but that this is the one. Maybe that's the goal, and that challenges you also as a people who organize it to.
Yeah, but let's not forget one thing, because today maybe the competition is already kind of settled. But we have more. ERC is not just one event. ERC is not just a Rover challenge. And yes, of course, as a judge, you're very much part of the challenge. But the ERC is 3 events. ERC has an exhibit with all these cool companies, all these cool outreach institutes, universities presenting themselves. So again, if you're in Krakow this weekend, come here because there's a lot to do. And of course, we have this conference. That's what you're doing, and today we have a great lineup of speakers here in the room. So again, join us if you can, but also in the live stream where we'll be switching between here and the Marjard. So there's still a lot going on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time here and for your hard work that you're doing at the ERC 2024. So let's thank Remco and let's thank Wojtek. And
thank you. Thank you.
And let's move to our first keynote speech of today. Let me invite on stage our fantastic keynote speaker, Mrs. Shelley Brunswick, the CEO and founder of SB Global LLC, who will share a talk about what space got to do with it, reaching for the stars, lessons learned along the way. So, Shelley, thank you very much. So, would you like to present up there or here? You prefer to have a microphone like this?
Microphone is fine,
and the clicker. So.
Well, I hope everyone can see me. Good morning. Dzień dobry. How is everyone doing today? Excellent, excellent. So you are a sneak peek of my first book coming out. That's coming out in 2 months, called What Space Got to Do with It? 10 Life Lessons for Personal Growth. And what I did was, I kind of went through my journey, which has 4 chapters, and looked at each of those chapters and what were things that I learned. And then I interviewed 200 global thought leaders. These were people in policy, like I interviewed a former president of a country. I interviewed young professionals in the space industry, not in the space industry, in finance, in energy, in policy, in academia. And what I learned was, my lessons learned are universal. So it doesn't just apply to the space industry. This could apply to any industry. So these life lessons are for anyone at any point in your career. So I'll kind of share a little bit about my journey so you understand who I am. Yes, I'm Shelley Brunswick. I'm the CEO and founder of SB Global LLC. And what I like to say is I'm a space advocate. I'm a futurist. I like to look at where the space industry is going and then help to advocate to get us there, get us along the road. But that's not where my journey started. My journey started in the aerospace industry more than 35 years ago when I enlisted in the U.S. Air Force right out of high school. And I did that because I didn't know what I wanted to pursue if I went to college. I didn't have college money, and I wanted to see the world. And in the 1980s, the best way to do that was to join the military. So I was so fortunate. I got stationed in Turkey and Germany. So Dzień dobry again. It was wonderful being part of Europe. And I know Poland in the 80s was not part of Europe, but I'm so glad that things happened during that time that we're all part of the European Union and family. So I got to get stationed in Turkey and Germany, so I got to see part of the world, get immersed in cultures. I got assigned to be a personnel specialist. So that's human relations, human resources. So you're like, well, that's not space. Nope, I didn't start my space career because back then I didn't think I'd be in space. I mean, that was not even a reality for, a non-college degree person. But I joined the Air Force, so I became a personnel specialist, got stationed in Europe, and I was afforded the opportunity to go to school at night. So I did start that college education. So that was the first chapter, and I was an enlisted airman for 12 years. And then I applied to become an officer in the Air Force, and they made me a space acquisition officer or a space program manager. So that started my 25-year career in the space industry, and I love that. That was amazing. I worked in program offices doing satellites and launch, rockets and ground stations, and really learned about the space industry, about entrepreneurship, about commercialization, because during those days, the Air Force was not building the rockets or the ground stations or the satellites. Industry was. And then when I retired from the Air Force, I had the wonderful opportunity to become the Chief Operating Officer at Space Foundation and work with an amazing team doing a world premiere event called Space Symposium that takes place every year in Colorado Springs, bringing the global space community together, and they are a nonprofit doing educational programs. So it was a wonderful journey with them. And then this year, I decided I should do what I talk about. I should become an entrepreneur and get out there and advocate for the space industry. And so that's what I started in January. So again, I'm so excited to be with you, and I've been wanting to write this book for many years. And so I wrote it, and my husband is my editor and partner in crime, and he helped edit it, and it will be coming out in a couple months. But what are some of those journeys? What are some of those lessons I learned in the journey? So the first one is take advantage of every opportunity. So I shared with you when I joined the Air Force, I was an enlisted airman. I had the opportunity to go to school at night or on the weekends. And the Air Force was willing to pay a portion of that with what they call tuition assistance. And I'm sure some of you out there, your companies may offer tuition assistance, or if you're in the government, they may help to pay for your college education. And what was so great about that is I was able to start those college courses, going to school at night on the weekends. But I did have to sacrifice, right? I had to give up that time with young friends who were going out and having fun. But by taking advantage of that opportunity, that tuition assistance, I was able to go to school at night and complete my bachelor's and master's degrees, which allowed me to apply to become an officer in the Air Force, which is not my initial plan. My initial plan was to join the Air Force for 4 years, earn money, and then go to college. So I really changed the trajectory of my course by taking advantage of tuition assistance. And here are 3 of the thought leaders I interviewed that will be in the book that will talk about taking advantages of opportunity. I'm sure some of you that are in the audience from SGAC, you know Antonio Stark up there. But the person I'm going to talk about is Chidima. For those of you who are part of UNUSA, the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, Chidima is an UNUSA Space for Women mentor, and that's how I met her. And she talked to me about taking advantage of opportunities, even if they're unpaid. So sometimes there's a stigma about taking unpaid work or volunteering for hard projects. And what she highlighted was by taking advantage of taking on the hard projects or volunteering for great organizations like SGAC or Space Force Association or volunteering at IAC, it opens up opportunities to the next step. So what Chidima is saying, don't be afraid if you volunteer for something and it's unpaid work, because you're going to learn and grow and develop, and that can lead to the next step. And of course, Richard Branson sums it up best. If someone offers you an opportunity and you don't know how to do it, say yes and figure it out and learn along the way. So that next step in my journey was I shared, I got my college education. I was going to apply to become an officer, but there was a catch. The Air Force was looking for STEM professionals, right? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And I see some amazing global leaders in the audience who are STEM professionals, and I'm not one of them. Well, I have a business degree. My undergraduate was in business administration. I have an MBA. So the Air Force was looking for those STEM professionals when I applied to become an officer. So my chances of being selected were 12%. Not really good odds. But you know what? Try anyways. And that's what I say here. Try anyways. You never know what will happen. And you'll learn through the process, and something else even greater might happen. So I did try. I put in my application. I applied, and guess what? I didn't get it. See, and that's why I have failure is just F-A-I-L. F-A-I-L. First attempt in learning. So I applied. I was not selected. What I did is I went back. I figured out how could I get better letters of recommendation? How could I improve my application? How could I write my essay better? And on the second time, I got it. Yes, this is an interactive presentation. Come on, Janet Planet, work with me here. Exactly. So 3 of the global thought leaders that I interviewed for this chapter are up here, and the one we'll highlight I thought you'd like is Priscilla Najewski. She is actually from Chile. I know we're in Poland. You might think she's Polish, but she is from Chile. And what Priscilla, when you learn about her story, is she was on one track to get a PhD. She was going to come to Deutschland. I see Professor Pascal in the background. She was going to go to Germany and get a certain degree, but it just wasn't clicking. It wasn't working. It was really hard. And what she realized was she was on the wrong path. And so she transferred into a different PhD program. She had to, take back some years because, when you transfer PhD programs, you kind of start over again. But everything became easy. Everything clicked. And then she knew she was on the right path. And so sometimes you're going to try different things. And so it's okay. That's part of why it's great to volunteer for things. You can try different things. And then if you don't like them, you try something else. And then when you find the thing that works, then you found your real passion and where you want to be. So it's okay to take a step back and say, this isn't the right thing. There's something else. This doesn't feel right. And trust yourself when you say that. Who else says that? Well, so does Elon Musk. He says when something is important enough, you do it even if the odds are against you. So just like when I applied to become an officer, even though the odds were against me 12% and I didn't give up and I failed, first attempt in learning, I did follow it, and the course opened up because who knows what would have happened had I been selected the first time, because the second time is when I was selected to become a space acquisition officer, which is a whole nother story. So that was the wonderful thing. Don't fear the unknown. So here I was an enlisted airman, I was in personnel, human resources. This was the career field I knew. This is all the people I knew, all my mentors. And the Air Force selected me to be an officer, which I was excited about, but they made me a space acquisition officer. Does anybody even in this room know what that really means? Exactly. I'm seeing, for those of you who are watching, there's some, I'm not sure what that means. Well, it's kind of like being a space program manager. So you understand how to develop programs, whether that's satellites or rockets or ground stations, and you work with industry. You're the government rep working with companies like Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon and L3 Harris. So again, this was very new to me. And guess what? I feared the unknown. I didn't want to do this. I tried to get out of it. Can you believe that? I tried to get out of the space industry. I tried to get out. I called my mentors and I asked them and I said, I'm not going into personnel. I'm not going to be a personnel officer. And they were making phone calls to the assignment team at Randolph Air Force Base in Texas, calling them saying, hey, this Sergeant Brunswick really needs to stay in personnel. This is where she's good. And someone from the Air Force Personnel Center called me and said, Sergeant Brunswick, the Air Force really needs you to do space acquisition. And so you put down the phone, you're in the military, you salute smartly, and you say, yes, sir. And that started my 25-year career in the space industry. So I didn't want to do this because I didn't know what it was. I was afraid of the unknown. And so I share with you, don't be afraid of the unknown. Try new things. Sometimes something opens up and it's completely unexpected from what you had planned. But I'm so grateful I took this step because that started my 25-year career in the space industry and led me to where I am today with you. So I interviewed some great people that also talk about don't fear the unknown. And they're in the book. And the one I'm going to talk about is Roger Spitz. So Roger is a futurist. I met him while we were both working on a future study for NASA. And he's got a new book coming out, and you can see that. But what he says is the only certainty is uncertainty, right? I mean, we all need to know that. The world is constantly changing. There is no status quo. We've seen how things continue to evolve in the world. So what we need to do is become more resilient and adaptable and flexible so that when opportunities come along or something isn't quite what we think it should be, we're able to flex and see how this is the correct path for us. And of course, I know for the ladies in the room, you'll enjoy this quote, but this is even for men. Well-behaved women or men rarely make history. And let's think about the space industry, right? The Apollo era, you know, we're going to the moon. We're going back to the moon with Artemis. We're going on to Mars. Today is Mars Day. I hope you enjoy the red jacket today in honor of Mars Day today. So we need to make history, and that may mean breaking the paradigm. And it may also mean that what we think is our course or what we think we want to do may need to pivot as well because the circumstances change. And what you're being offered is even better than what you could have imagined. So that next one is about getting out of our comfort zones. You know, sometimes it's so easy. You go to work, you sit at your desk, you work really hard, and then you go home. And then you go to work, and you work at your desk, and you go home. But where real opportunity happens is when you get out from behind your desk. And so one of the things that happened to me, I had been in a program office, and then I had moved to work in the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. when I was in the Air Force. And there was an event taking place in the evening after work. It was a group called the Air Force Association was putting on an event to honor that space acquisition workforce, the people who were doing all that program development for the Air Force. Well, I was new. I just moved to D.C. I'd only been there 4 or 5 months, and I didn't really know people. And I asked everybody in my office, hey, are you going to go? No, you're not going to go. Are you going to go? No, you're not going to go. How about you? No, you're not going to go. So nobody in the office that I worked in wanted to go. I didn't really know people. And you know how easy it is just to go to your office and then go home. But I got out from behind my desk. I went to the event, and I only knew a few people in the room, but I slowly started going around the room like Bernard. Bernard will work the room. I've learned from him. And I saw in the corner my boss's boss's boss, and he was talking to somebody. Now, here's the benefit. Remember, go back to lesson 1, volunteer, right? My boss's boss's boss, his executive assistant, was going on vacation 3 months ago. It was just 3 months before this event. And they needed somebody to fill in. And I said, well, I'll do that. So for 2 weeks, I filled in as the executive officer for my boss's boss's boss. And filling in means you work half day. And in the military, that means a 12-hour day, right? That's half day. So you're in there before the boss's boss gets in, you get everything ready, and then you're there after the boss's boss goes home. And we'll just call him a senior executive, so that makes it simple. So I did that for 2 weeks, and what was so great about that, I understood how the senior executive thought, his strategy process. I got to meet some of the people he interacted with, and he also got to meet me and learn about my goals and aspirations, because one of the things he said was, Brunswick, where do you want to be? And I go, well, I want your job one day, right? So he knew I had some aspirations there. So there he was. Here I was at this reception that nobody wanted to go to, and there he was in the corner. So I, of course, made my way over. He's talking to this other person, and he looks at me, and he goes, Brunswick, what have you been doing? I said, well, sir, I'm waiting for that next great opportunity. I'm ready. The gentleman he's talking to was his person who worked on Capitol Hill, his legislative liaison. And the legislative liaison was telling him, "Sir, I got an assignment. You need to find a replacement for me." So guess what that senior executive did? He did this. "Brunswick, how would you like to be a legislative liaison?" Now, that's not exactly how it worked out, because he didn't give me the job. But what he gave me was the opportunity to interview for the job, a job I would have never even known existed had I not volunteered to be that executive officer. You know, he got to meet me and know me, volunteer for the hard jobs, that half-day work, right? And then getting out from behind my desk, going to this event, not really knowing people, and then having the courage to go up and say hello. You have to have the courage to go talk to people. And so I did get the interview. And as some of you know from my bio, I did get the job. And becoming a legislative liaison changed the course of my career. It was one of those pivotal moments. When you look back in life, you'll say, what were some of the pivotal moments that got you to where you are today? And that was one of those moments. Getting out from behind my desk, volunteering to be that executive officer, going to work on Capitol Hill for 5 years and learning about policy and legislative and international affairs changed the course of my trajectory. So some of the people I interviewed are in the book, are up here, and you'll get to see them. But the one I'm going to highlight is Brian Talibi. Now, Brian has an amazing story, and you'll read that. He and his family escaped Iran during the Shah, when the Shah was deposed and everything, and escaped for their lives. Came to America. He now runs an AI company. But it's not just about getting out behind your desk to help your career. He talks about it from the leadership stance. If you're a leader, you need to get out from behind your desk and be there with your team, leading from the front. Whatever they do, you do. If they're digging ditches, you're digging ditches. If they're working late hours, you're working late hours. You know, in the space industry, sometimes you're working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day to make sure a mission happens. You're the leader, you're with your team, you're leading from the front. So depending where you are in your career, if you're not leading anybody, it's about you getting out from behind your desk. And then as you become a leader, it's about you leading with your team. You're part of the team. And as you can see, where the magic happens. So that day I went and saw the senior executive, my boss's boss's boss. That was one of those days. That's where the magic happened. It wouldn't have happened had I not done that. I probably would have never had that opportunity to interview to become a legislative liaison had I just gone to my desk and then gone home. And I thought you'd enjoy it from Michelangelo. The greatest danger for most of us is not that our aim is too high and we miss it, but that we aim too low and we reach it. So you need to, in the Air Force, we had a saying, aim high. So you know what? The sky is not the limit. There are no limits. So the significance of relationships. So I'm looking at all the people in here, and I know you are familiar with how important relationships are. You know, relationships, building mentorship, being a mentor, mentoring others. And so this is one of the things I really learned about in the military. It's always about paying it forward, giving it to others. And so in the military, I had great mentors and leaders and advisors and coaches who helped me in my journey. And that's where I am today now. That's why I wrote this book, was to pay it forward and give it back. I've given this talk a number of times, and people kept saying, do you have this information written down? And so that was part of the genesis of why I wrote this book, was to pay it forward. It's written down with all this great information and insight and resources. 3 of the global thought leaders I interviewed for this chapter. But for those of you who are part of SGAC, you may be familiar with Ruvimbo Samanga, who is a space lawyer from Zimbabwe. So first of all, let that sink in. A space lawyer from Zimbabwe. So the great thing about Ruvimbo that was so great is I did a panel for Women Tech Network. Women Tech Network is open to men and women, just highlighting that. It's for entrepreneurship. They do a great mentoring program for men and women. And I was doing a talk about global space leaders, and it was all about women. It was on International Women's Day. And we had a space lawyer on there, and after the event, the webinar, a woman from Namibia, a young woman, reached out to me and said, oh my God, I was so grateful to see your video. I want to be a space lawyer, but I live in Namibia. And everybody told me, I can't be a space lawyer. You live in Namibia. You're in Africa. And when I saw a space lawyer from Africa, it made me realize I can be a space lawyer. So it's really important that we mentor, but not only mentor, but that we're role models. Because this woman on the panel, Ravimbo doesn't know that she's a role model, but by being out there, she's demonstrating to other women and others in Africa and around the world that yes, you can be a space lawyer or own your own planet. Janet's planet is here, so I'm very humbled. So I put this one up of Audrey Hepburn because I wanted to highlight, again, mentorship as we grow older. It's about your two hands. One is for reaching up and one is for reaching down and pulling people with you. It's about both ways. It's about helping the next generation. And it doesn't have to be the next generation. It could be this generation. And what I mean by that is I've had people who are mid-career. Maybe they were in the oil and gas industry or they were in the finance industry and they've always wanted to be in the space industry. But 20, 30 years ago, you could not be in the space industry if you worked at MasterCard or you were in the oil and gas industry. But now, because the space industry has diversified and opened up and there's opportunities for everyone from PhD to high school graduates, for all sectors of the economy, not just space, but the Internet of Things, finance, agriculture. There's now opportunity. So I actually talked to a lot of people who are mid-career who are now saying, how do I get into the space industry? So again, it's about helping everyone up. They don't have to be younger. You don't have to be older. Mentorship is not bound by age. Okay, so this one's fun. And I'm looking at my time hack to see how much time I have left. Okay, I got 5 minutes. Okay, so we'll finish on this one. So this one talks about never disqualify yourself from something you haven't been offered. So when I was in the Air Force, I'd been in 29 years. I'm working on Capitol Hill. I had the lifetime of an adventure. I also knew it was time to retire and move on to the next thing. And so I let people know, hey, I'm retiring. Let me know if you hear of any opportunities. And one of the opportunities that came across my desk that somebody sent to me was, hey, Space Foundation's looking for a new chief operating officer. And I kind of looked at it and I was thinking, okay, remember, I'm a legislative liaison. I'm a program manager. So I'm thinking in my lane again, hey, what's the COO thing? And I kind of said to the people in my office that were on Capitol Hill, I said, I wonder about this Space Foundation COO thing. And my friend Vanessa, a very wise woman, said, never disqualify yourself from something you haven't been offered. How many times do we do that? How many times do we say, I'm not good enough. I don't meet all the requirements. This job is in another country. They're not looking for me. How many times in our head do we disqualify ourselves? Many times. Don't disqualify yourself. Try anyways. So here's 3 of the global thought leaders that I interviewed for this chapter. And the one we'll highlight is Desmond. So Desmond is from Cameroon. Think about how many times he disqualified himself. And think about his culture. He shared with me, it's not only are you disqualifying yourself, but people who love you don't want to see you hurt. So they don't encourage you to pursue maybe your space dream. Because Cameroon doesn't have a space agency, doesn't have a space program. Why are you going to pursue space? Right? So people who love us sometimes discourage us. So try anyway. So Desmond got his degree, an engineering degree, went to another country to do space. Then eventually he got a scholarship to Arizona State University, got another master's degree, went to the Thunderbird School, and has a master's in space studies now. So Desmond's an example of it doesn't matter where you started. Don't disqualify yourself, and don't let the people who love you, who don't want to see you get hurt, also scare you away from pursuing your dreams. Because you know what? If it doesn't work out, that's okay. You can try something else. Well, there's a lot more lessons that we could cover this morning, but I know there's an amazing panel coming up next. So I just wanted to say thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here at the European Rover Challenge. And until next time, I look forward to seeing you around the galaxy.
Thank you, Shelley, for your inspiring and also very interactive keynote speech. So, do we have any questions? It serves as a great, as a great actually start for the debate that we're gonna have. But if there are any specific questions, yeah, please do. Let me maybe this microphone. But there was the other one. Okay.
So. You're in a room, a big conference, and the hotshots, the VIPs, are on the first row. Now, unless you really feel very brazen, don't sit among them. But these people have assistants with them. And these people are not, they're junior assistants, they're intern, they're probably senior policy advisors. They sit in the row behind them. Get your ass and sit among them. Because what will happen is that these people in the second row will assume you are the assistant, for whatever level, of someone in the first row. They will start introducing themselves, giving you their business cards. Make sure you have a business card. What will also happen is that the bosses in the first row will realize that there's talk behind their backs, and someone is introduced. They are human beings. They, in most cases, will turn around, and now you shake hand with Richard Branson, or Gwyn Shotwell, or an astronaut, whomever is there, or the leader of Aztec. This is the way to do it. You've not been too brazen. You haven't been obnoxious, but you created an opportunity for yourself. That's all you need to do.
Thank you very much. Do you want to somehow comment?
I was going to say that is one of the chapters in the book as well. Sit in the front row, but we didn't get to that. So get the book. It'll be out hopefully in November on Amazon, as well as Kindle download.
Okay. Thank you very much. So let's thank Shelley. Oh, we do have some. Yeah, okay.
So I'm a founder of Space Generation Advisory Council, so we created that. But then I feel at some stage it's important to keep a balance. It's not only being socially connected, you have also to do the hard work. So I think you are the example, your half-day work, 12 hours per day. I think that's it's a good goal for everybody. And then you can put also the social connection part, but not only build your career on social connection.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's a good one.
Absolutely. It's important to come to events. It's important to be on social media. We're in a very different digital age, as Remco has highlighted earlier. I hope you have watched some of his sessions. But you do have to do the hard work. And for those of you who may not know, the summer, I was invited to speak at a lot of places, but I had to block that out on the calendar so I could get the book done and get that out and get that published. So as Bernard was highlighted for all of us, is that, yes, there's a lot of great things that happen that everybody sees, but a lot of times the hard work, the 12-hour days, the 7 days a week, people don't see the stuff that's happening below. It's like an iceberg. People only see the stuff at the top, and then underneath the water is all where the hard work and the long days and the hours go. So thank you, Bernard, for highlighting that as well.
Okay, I have the one question, the practical one. I'm a teacher at this university, and we are trying to convince students to be open, to fight for the success, for the position. For instance, we convince them to participate in challenges worldwide. This is important for the students. But have you some directions which we should give the students to be open, to fight for the position, to be pensioned for that, and so on?
Well, I think what you're sharing is, how do they find the path they want to be on? And how do they see that? And I think one of the examples you shared is by showing role models, by showing examples of what the careers could look like, and providing that diversity, men, women, all ages, different disciplines, different backgrounds. And then that can help the students to see these pathways and careers that could offer them. And that way it becomes very tangible and less abstract. And I think, and again, I can't speak for the generation of today. We have a multi-generational society, but I think for a lot of young people, it's really important for them to be able to see a pathway. We have that perception problem in the space industry. Many times people think space is only for astronauts and rocket scientists. But it's not.
Yeah,
It's for everyone.
That's a problem.
It's for
That's
everyone.
a problem. They don't understand this at the start. Yeah, that's how to make them enthusiastic for this job in the space sector. This is important.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know we have some Cassini people here. I hear them. They're talking about not just about space for space, but how you can do space here on Earth, how you can take space technology and use it for applications on Earth. And that can be anyone, like, right? How many of I used Uber to get here today? Okay, Uber is a space application because without GPS, that was provided by the U.S. military, which was first a military application. Yes, and GPS, but now both. But without that backbone, that infrastructure of space, Uber Eats, Uber, Airbnb, all the weather forecasting, all the things that we've grown accustomed to in our lives would not exist. And those apps can be designed by a student who says, I don't want to be in the space industry, and that's great. You don't have to be. You could use space technology to create a business and not even know you're using space technology. And there are some great Cassini people are here to talk about that from Europe. NASA has their tech transfer office where they do NASA spin-offs, and they have thousands of patents that are waiting to be commercialized. So you just have to find a way to get those students excited about finding what they want to do, and they'll lead the way.
Ask us to Zoom a lecture on what it took, because remember, I'm a historian, and people will go like, why are you working for space? And I said, well, it's much more fun to write history than to write about history.
Good points. So since we already started to discuss stuff, I think it's a smooth way to start the panel. So Shelley Brunswick will be one of the panelists. So we have it here. The panel will be moderated by one and only Artemis Westenberg, that is coming here. We have also Pascal Ehrenfreund from COSPAR, and Janet Eve Dwenschik from the Janet's Planet. So let's welcome the ladies with clapping our hands. Let's also set up some materials that we have here with our computer. And let's start the debate about fostering the next generation, diversity, equality, and cooperation in the space industry. So, have some waters, microphones, or everyone has.
Is my microphone working? Great. Hey, you do all realize we here have not a menel, not a panel, but a famil. And you laugh, but 10 days ago I was at a very important space event in the Netherlands, and after witnessing all the panels and all the talks, I realized, last panel, they were only males all day. That was kind of unique. You hardly ever see that again. So I pointed it out. The person in charge of organizing it was angry. His adult daughter thought I was right, and so did a lot of other males in the audience, not just females, also males. So, okay, we have a family, and I am very proud to sit among them. Because as I said, I'm a historian, I'm writing history, but I'm not a space scientist. People like Pascal and Janet and so many others have taught me a lot about space and about Mars, but that's not how I started out 25 years ago. Just a volunteer in a voluntary organization. So the women that are around me here are driving forces in STEM, in space, in diversity, equality, because I know they're more than just their science. They do understand that unless we show women and boys, girls and boys, that it is a equal field, then some of them either could also be the boys that feel that it's not diverse enough, different skin color, or not as a rich and upbringing or whatever. They might feel not welcome, and they are welcome. It's not true that you're not welcome, so that's part of what we are. So now Pascal Ehrenfreund, to my left, You have a long and distinguished career in astrobiology, in space organizations like DLR, the IAC, and many other places. But for me, Pascal is the woman who is kind to others. You are truly a decent human being in the sense that you always listen to these jittery new students that have a question. You take the time to answer them, and I'm pretty sure that I have asked stupid questions, probably others too. You have the patience to handle that. And that, even more than the fact that you're a leader in your field, is what's important to get us further. Now, Shelley, also long career, also the same thing. You are willing to go the extra mile for people that come up to you and say, hey, can I talk to you about it? How do you think I should, do to get in this position? Would I have a chance to study this or get into this field? And yeah, you wrote a book right now, but even before that, you would always. Then Janet, we have had a wild 5 years, didn't we? I mean, when COVID hit, we were both home feeling very unhappy, not because I hate, working from my desk, because that's what I do most of the time. But the fact that you wouldn't go out there, go to a student group or to a conference or, any other, even to social drinks in space, it felt really wrong. And it also felt really wrong that you knew that school kids were at home feeling awful because their parents would tell them they couldn't even, go outside and, play in the street, because at first the rules about, staying away from others, no more than 2 meters, etc., were very important. So Janet started an academy, and I had the privilege of working with her for 2 years, and we found that, I must say this, there was this group of youngsters, it was a free academy online, and there was this group of youngsters that came to our academy, zoomed in, and if I'm being totally honest, many of them in school would have been described as misfits. Not because there was anything wrong with them per se, but because they were too curious, too out there, too jittery, or too quiet, because we had those as well. And, because we were there and we didn't care who you were. We didn't care where you're from. At first we had boys from South Africa, from Pakistan, because the only thing was, of course, you needed to be able to speak English, because everything was in English. So it was great doing that. And of course, it's just an extension of your Janet's Planet work for so many, many years. And it's always been a privilege, to work with these 3 women, wherever we were, because Shelley and I are also in a new organization started in India, where this young woman has this idea that in every country on this planet, and that's at least 193 if I look at the UN numbers, there's supposed to be 100 sectors, and every sector has a country chair. I'm the country chair for space, technology and aviation in the Netherlands. Shelley is the global chair for the same sector. But so you have in all the other sectors, and the idea is that we try to, get more diversity, get more equality. That's our job, unpaid, but certainly worth it. Now,
if I could for just one moment, I'll share the G100 because I think it's open to men and women, and there are 100 different wings. So think about that, 100 different wings. So I'm in the space technology and aviation wing, but there's a wing for media and entrepreneurship. And so for anybody in the audience who's listening, who's looking, this is a huge network. Think about it, 100 wings, 100 country chairs, that's 100,000 people. No matter where I go in the world, there is somebody from the G100 there that can help me in that city, that country. So for those of you who are listening, you can check out the G100, Google G100, and it's about gender equality. Men are part of it too, so men and women, and now you will always have a powerful network no matter where you are.
Exactly. So this panel, as far as I see it, is how to create a better world for all humans. And actually that's my driving force in all that I do. So, I know, Pascal, you prepared some numbers, how far have we come in diversity and equality? And I would like to give you the floor about that. Show us, how far are we? And I already know that the Netherlands is not as bad as I thought we were. We're bad, low, but not as bad.
Yes, thank you very much. It's really very nice. I hope my microphone works, or I have to... Hell, yeah. Okay. Then you just give me yours.
Yeah, that's possible.
We are flexible. So I'm very happy to be on this panel and with my friends and colleagues. And I just put a slide up about some kind of general points. There is still, discussion about why do we need diversity, why do we need gender equality, and I think there are so many studies which prove, that even companies make much more revenue if they have, a diverse workforce, because you have just new perspective. You have many perspectives, and you just start up something new. So these are actually, I don't want to really discuss that, but that international cooperation, having different points of view, having in particular exploit worldwide expertise, because there is not expertise in every country on everything. That's really important. Public support. We had wonderful talks this morning. It's very important to include, society at all if we want to go in the future, once in some decades to Mars with humans. We really need to include them. And I just want to show one slide, which is the global gender gap, which just came out at the beginning of this year. And, there are more than 150 countries or something like that, and here we are still, apart from Scandinavia, I think we are still pretty far. Yeah, I have to say that I should say that we looked it up yesterday. Poland is number 51. Yeah, so there is still a lot to do. But I want to talk a little bit, just 2 sentences about STEM, because I was really the representative for STEM. And we have an enormous shortage of students and also workforce in STEM. And that does not only apply for women, it's also for men. And right now, we estimate that most of the STEM graduates will come from China in 15 years from now. Yeah, and Europe will be just in a small percentage. And so this is why I also want to congratulate everybody here and these teams and what you are doing for the young generation, because this is really, really important to activate them very young. We have to do that with women in particular, like everybody will talk about that here and things. But we have a really big crisis in the STEM workforce, men and women all over the world. And right now, I have spent a month in Asia in the summer. China is really pushing South Korea, in particular engineering and technology, IT. But all over the world, people actually prefer to do something else, and students are not activated. And there are so many jobs available. So there is a paradox, You have so many jobs in the IT branch, in the technical fields, and we don't have a workforce, and we really have to work on that. Thank you.
I have one thing to add from personal experience as a mother. But also I spoke to some other women and in very different countries, and they had the same experience. And so this is something for all the parents, grandparents here. If your kid doesn't have an A++ in mathematics or in science, it doesn't mean that this child is lost to STEM. The idea that you need to be the next Stephen Hawking, the next Einstein to be useful is nonsense. This is not how we select any other profession. Because one, if you're, 18 years old, you're still learning. You're still going into the field of STEM. It doesn't mean that you're supposed to know everything. Let's be realistic. If I come from school, I can start learning Russian, and I've never had a lesson of Russian in my middle school age, ever. So would that preclude me from learning it? No, and of course you do need a certain basic stuff. But why am I saying this? We observed, mothers from the world, that whatever country you're in, teachers might tell your kid, your grade isn't, stupendous enough. I mean, it's not a fail grade. That's not what we're talking about. It's simply not good enough, according to the teacher, to enroll in university and start doing that. And unless the university itself says you can't come. Tell your kids if they are, really wanting to do this, go for it. Now, ladies, what is your idea? And I'm starting with Shelley first, just because she's next. Janet has nothing to do with something else. And what do you feel is the biggest barrier to getting, young people or even older people back into STEM? What is the barrier? Is it something we create?
Yes, but I'm going to put a pin in that for just a minute and do an audible, which is a football term for I'm going to change the plan. I want to go back to Pascal's point about, yes, China, yes, it's okay, Artemis, you knew this was happening. Yes, China is graduating more STEM professionals than the United States, than Europe, than Australia, than New Zealand. Yes, they are. They're going to continue to. We can't compete with that. They have more people, they have more technical universities, but what we do have is what you see sitting right here on the panel today and what you see here at the European Rover Challenge. What we have that they don't have is international partnerships and alliances. And what makes up for the difference in the amount of STEM professionals that are graduating in China is that it's not just the US, it's not just Europe, it's not just Australia. We're all together in this. As the Maori would say, we're all in the canoe together. So we're all doing this together. So that's okay. That's okay that China's doing that because the rest of us are doing that as well, but we're doing it under international collaborations and partnerships. So that's another career field. In addition to STEM that you could get is international affairs, space law, government policy. And we need a lot of people who want to help us on international affairs. So now that I've done my audible, I will come back to your question about what do we do to get more people to think about STEM or space. And my book for next year that I'm already working on is called An Interstellar Guide to Success. So how do we accomplish success? And it's three main components. It's awareness, access, and action. And that first step, awareness, is the first step. And we're not doing a very good job of that here in the space industry. We're not building awareness about how space is for all of us. The European Rover Challenge is for all of us. Yes, we need STEM professionals, but we also need marketing. I'm looking in the room, I see all these amazing marketing people who are taking pictures and recording this. There's been media here taking interviews. Space has a place for everyone. STEM careers, companies like Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Airbus need all people, not just STEM professionals. So there's a place for you. Come and join us. If not this year virtually, come next year. There's a place for you to be here, sitting in this room with these incredible people that are the future leaders of the world, not the future space leaders, the future leaders of the world.
Well, Janet, the floor is now to you. How are we going to do it? Tell us.
So from my perspective, I tend to work generally with students anywhere from 6 years old all the way up to 18. But my sweet spot really is the kind of 8 to 14-year-olds. But as Artemis was telling you in kind of as she introduced me, I just want to advocate for you if you are neurodiverse. I want you to look at it not as something that is any kind of disability, but indeed it is your superpower. And to me, that is what I want to share with the audience today. I have witnessed many a kid who's been, had some kind of label, and I go, no, that's your superpower. Let's figure out how to fine-tune that. And let's figure out how we invite and encourage your quirkiness and or your diversity of brain power, because again, you're able to look at the world in a different way, and that gives us opportunity. That gives you opportunity. And it's a little bit why I wore my really loud sparkle shirt, because in a world that often tells us, oh no, you can't. And I just got an email, and I shared it with, she was a student of Artemis's and I on our kind of class that we shared, and we got an email from the mom, Lucia, who when she first came to my camp in 2019 was diagnosed as selective mute and then had just gotten a new diagnosis of dyslexia. Fast forward 5 years, she attended my camp again in person this summer. Her mom sent me a note and says she's just been asked to be and participate in one of the most prestigious gifted classes, where 5 years ago the teachers were going to shuttle her off into some other special classes. Lucia won the Junior Lunabotics NASA competition 2 years ago. So what I'm telling you is that everyone is invited. If you want to participate in STEM, please come forward. If you want to participate, I love the slide that Pascal has put up here because it talks about this, interdisciplinarian. It won't come without your own work, but if you are curious, I can promise you, if you reach out to me, janet@janetsplanet.com, and I mean it, I may not be able to tell you the answer myself, but I will tell you in my Good People network, I know a ton of people who might be willing to answer that question. So I think that the pluralism that we're looking for and the diversity of everything is so critical. And that means if you're LGBTQ, it's like, again, all are welcome. You are all here to see yourself in space or STEM or leadership. And I love Shelley's point here. My undergrad is in music and theater. And if it worked for Da Vinci, who let his art inform his science and his science inform his art, we are actually, I think, in sometimes teaching science in the wrong way. How many of you have ever been told, oh, you're scientific, go over there? Anybody? Or you have music and go over here, be with the band and theater and that sort of thing. It's interconnected. The same brain that conceives the symphony conceives the experiment. And so I just want to say it's partly, I think part of our job is that for each of us, wherever you may be, no matter how old you are, because role models come in all shapes and sizes, I have learned many a thing from some 10-year-olds. And I go, yes, thank you. I am so excited that you just taught me something. But it comes down to accessibility means you are invited. I want you here. I want to know who you are. And that's, I think, the pathway that STEM is opened up to. And I think it's everybody's responsibility, every good person here on Team Human, to say yes more often than we say no. And I hope you find tons of yeses in this particular field. But I think that's how we change it, that we decide that it is not just each of our responsibilities, but is each of yours as well, to make science so exciting, so accessible that we are talking about it when we're getting our coffee.
Absolutely. Now, ladies, this is for all three of you. I have this feeling, not just a feeling, I'm also looking at the numbers, that the numbers of women in leadership, partly, but also in STEM, are slipping. Do we have any idea, besides inviting them, what to do about that? Do we need to storm our governments, the leadership in space companies? What do we do? Practical advice, please.
You know what? I want to challenge. I've heard this a couple of times in a few things I've participated in, and you guys may see it in industry, and I need to know more about that. But I will tell you, in education, it's like half the time, and maybe it's just the people that are kind of coming to my programs, half the time it's like it's either equal or there are more girls there and are interested in these things. So it's like I'm not as probably astute as to know what the numbers are in industry, but I'm really a champion for thinking that it's changed. I believe it's changing, but maybe that's because I'm sitting with young people who are excited about what the future holds.
Well, I do know myself that if you look at how many young people, females, graduate from university, not how many started, but how many graduated, then there are actually, in the Netherlands at least, more females that graduate than males. Not that the males didn't study, but they don't go all the way to graduation. And so apparently the fact that we girls are taught to be good girls by studying art and keep applying ourselves does help us there. So that's a good thing, and perhaps that also will be a good thing if you go to industry, although there you also have to, wrestle with the fact, I think, that you need to stand out in some way. Otherwise, you're just a good, grunt worker, and that's what you stay. And that's perhaps not what you want your career to be in the next 40 years.
Well, I worked a lot on statistics, being in management, and what we see is that for in particular in the Western countries where you actually have all the possibilities and you can study STEM, women try not to choose STEM subjects, and I think this is also a fault of us. We have really to do more outreach work. The other thing is you have the so-called leaky pipeline. This means when you are graduating and entering, for instance, a university career, you see that when you are going to the positions of, a full professor, you are really getting like a fork position of 80% men and 20% women. And this doesn't change very fast. It goes really, it gets a bit better now. And I totally agree. We have more women actually graduating from university, not in STEM subjects, but in generally. But even then, after we have this leaky pipeline where they think that they cannot combine family life and a career. And I think in this part, we can do actually a lot. Because we can really, give self-confidence and be good role models and tell them that women can do everything, family and everything. You sometimes sit in big board meetings and think, oh my God, there is a vaccine coming up, there is this and that, and you still get your point. So it's like this dimensional brain also of women, which can handle actually many things, and we have to give the self-confidence to the next generation to be able to say family and career is possible, in particular under the conditions which get better and better. They were not as good when we were young, but they are actually much better, in particular in Western countries. And then there is also a paradox that in countries we have actually a lot of STEM graduates in countries where it is seen as a prestige to make it. It's called the paradox. Yeah, it was a prestige, to women in emerging countries where they actually, choose difficult subjects in order to stand out. So there are many different things, but the only thing what I still want to say, it is a chain of organizations which has to work together from the kindergarten, where we have to, avoid and stereotypes already, over, school education, government initiatives. We cannot do everything. Each of us works in a different perspectives, industry and schools and so on. We can do, but it has to be a chain, and has to start in the kindergarten if we really want to have more women. And I think in particular the outreach, jobs are available. Yes. In masses, jobs, people are really thought of in the space sector in particular, and as Shelley said, not only in engineering, in all different fields. And I think this is also something what we can do, really to do this outreach. There are so many jobs available. They are so cool, and
they
just
pay well. And they pay well.
And they pay well, yes.
So in the U.S. right now, it is possible to get your drone pilot's license at age 16. And currently, the FAA doesn't even require on the test that you know how to fly one. All you have to do is pass the written test. But a beginning drone pilot who could go out and survey climate change or a natural disaster starts at $60,000 US. And so when we look at the numbers, because I know in the aviation industry, they're looking for about 600,000 people, and that's everything from aviation mechanic to pilot to flight deck to all of those different things. Maybe the slogan we need to be, because it's like, Pascal, you kind of inspired this, we need to make sure that from kindergarten, we're saying smart is the most amazing thing you can be. Scientifically and intellectually curious is the most fun path. Because Vanderbilt University did a study and they said basically that 10 is the new 15, and that somewhere around age 12, and still it kind of blows my mind, maybe because I was always nerdy and thought like smart was fun, but it's like somewhere around age 12 for girls in particularly, there is some kind of interesting decision where am I going to show how smart I am, or do I want to be popular? And I don't know if any of you guys would admit it, but I will tell you that probably there have been times in my life where I feel like I have disavowed what I hope to be part of my genius, but I have like kind of like subjugated that in ways so that I didn't like either get excluded from the group or didn't somehow like make a spectacle of myself. Does that make sense? So that it's like I almost hid my light for fear that I would not be accepted amongst my peers. And so again, if you're a young person out there, or anyone really, that's why I wore the shirt, just as a reminder. We need to be our bright, beautiful selves as we are, because I think they found even in analog missions, and this is why diversity is so important, that the more homogenous a group is, they'll start out really strong. But by kind of like the I don't know, halfway, 60% of the way to completion, it starts to fall apart because they've all decided they know what's best. And then they have found in these analog groups that are more diverse at the beginning, they will struggle more at the beginning, but by the time they have hit that halfway mark, they are performing so well because it is the diversity of thought, it is the diversity of culture that is strengthening how they work together. And they always end up doing better than the ones that are more homogeneous.
So I'm going to come at this a little differently. I think, am I not on here anymore? I'll steal that. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to go with, you said 10 is the new 15. I think, 50 is the new 30. So I'm going to go with that. But I think, what we do is we're telling kids and parents this, but for the policymakers out there, for the schools, what we need to do for those K through 12 is we really need to bring space into the classroom and make it part of day-to-day classroom. Because right now, a lot of times space is about memorizing planets. What planet are you again?
I'm my own. I'm in a whole other galaxy.
Or it's about history. It's about the Apollo era. Some kids might not even know we're going back to the moon. And for kids who are diversity, so I'll look at the U.S., they're in rural communities, maybe inner cities, they don't have access to space programs, robot clubs like here at the ERC. They're having to go home, maybe their parent is a single parent, they're having to go home and watch their siblings. So they can't go to after school programs. So they miss out on this opportunity to learn about robots or space or STEM. So what we need to do as policymakers, superintendents of school districts, is we need to bring space into the classroom and make it part of the everyday classroom activities and highlight that space is more than memorizing planets and the history, but it's also about amazing careers and what those careers are, and then be partnering with the universities and industry, because that's how we create career paths, especially for underrepresented groups, women and diversity, to see that this could be a career path for them, and we need to convince their parents who don't know that this is a career path for them. And if we can bring it into the day-to-day classroom, we have a better shot of making that pivot. Now, I will highlight the US and Europe are very much the same, though. We do have a challenge with the leaky pipe, with diversity, with women, because we don't highlight that it's also careers, right? We tell people, get a STEM degree. Okay, so you got a STEM degree, now what? What's the next step? How do you become a leader? How do you become a Pascal, professor and leader of the German Space Agency? What is the career path? So we're not creating those career paths for leadership development, for diversity and inclusion, for those underrepresented groups. So we got to tell people it's more than getting a STEM degree or coming into space. We have to also tell them we're going to develop you to have a career that could last 30, 40, 50 years and give them those opportunities.
Isn't the idea that it's one career path not a lie? Because I'm thinking about a lot of high-level women and also men, but especially women, because I know more about their personal path, that didn't start out as scientists. I mean, I know Penny Boston was a ballet dancer. Pamela Conrad, I think it was a opera singer, and when she wasn't selected, she was a really good opera singer, and she wasn't selected in the end for the Metropolitan Opera, and that made her change her career path to STEM and then become, you know, the chief scientist of Godard, I think she was for a time. So the idea also telling kids that if you're in a path, you have to know all the steps from A to B. If that was true, I would never have ended up in space. That only started in 2001. Actually, it started between Bernard and Pascal, and I'll tell you about it tonight. You know, inadvertently, it started that way. So that's another thing. We need to tell kids that it is okay, especially since, you know, how old are we getting in the West? You know, 70, 80, easily.
Wait, 50 is the new 30.
Yeah, exactly. That's why. So you know, you're changing your career path of, you know, after 10, 15 years thinking I'm going back to school because I think I want to do something more interesting in my heart. Interesting. Doesn't need to know what the rest of the world thinks about it with my life. That's also a thing. Now I have another question for you. One of you were talking about leaky pipe. Now I read newspapers like most people do, and I know that in the city where I live, Rotterdam, there is this university, and it has a problem, a very leaky pipe, because women are not promoted to full professor because you need to be excellent. But nobody can describe what this excellency is. So it's not excellent because you publish 10 papers or 20 papers. It is something completely vague. Males are promoted. I mean, this has been in several newspaper articles in a major newspaper in the Netherlands. So do you think we as women also, you know, we're all busy enough as it is, but do we also have a task of confronting, you know, the status quo by going to the media? How much is what we do, not just, you know, the science and the research and the leadership, but how much should we all also invest in being more visible and shaking the media, because they might not come to us, shaking the media to interview us? What do you think? I mean, you're different countries, Europe, America, also America, but a different part. What do you think?
Oh, sure. We do. I had the slide up earlier. Well-behaved women rarely make history. So that goes for men too. The space industry in general is a conservative industry in the US. So yes, there are perceptions of what leadership is, or executive presence, or gravitas. These are very subjective terms, and many times for women, we're considered, well, you don't have gravitas, or you don't have executive presence, but nobody really defines what that is. So I think what we have to do is, for one, we need to help reposition what does leadership look like in a diverse world with multiple players, multiple countries, multiple interests, and what are those skills we want, and then how do we develop those? And then we need to create those pathways to allow women in diversity and underrepresented groups, not just women, but it could be inner city kids, you know, rural communities, regions of the world, because it's not just women who experience these labels. It's anyone who's not the traditional mold of what a STEM professional looks like, right? Most people think a STEM professional, white lab coat with a pocket protector and glasses. Right, we can all think of that you know,
and
lab
mostly
professor.
Male also.
I wasn't going to say that,
Google.
but if you think STEM professional, a lot of times what pops into your mind is a male. And so, how do we break that stereotype? And that is what we need to do by creating a lot more role models. A lot more role models of what STEM, space, entrepreneurship. Right, we need women to be entrepreneurs. We need women to be investors in entrepreneurs, right? We need to break that stereotype across a lot of industries to unlock the economic development, not just for women, but economic development in general. So I think creating a lot of role models, highlighting those stories, and then promoting it and elevating it, and then helping to, I don't know if necessarily going to the media and saying, hey, we need to, you know, change the paradigm, but I think the more we put out a positive image of leading women diversity regions of the world leaders, the better able we are to create pathways for others.
By the way, I wasn't advocating you go to them and say, hey, we need to, we need to be more. What I'm advocating is you go to the media and say, I have this amazing professor of astrobiology, and you never interview her. That's really an oversight. I mean, I think the audience in the Netherlands, should know that this exists and what it means to us. That's what I advocate.
Yeah, so going back to numbers, when we are looking in leadership positions, sorry, I'm the STEM person. It's fine. I think the leadership quota, of women in the space sector in particular is between 20 and 30%. So it was in 2021, it was 20%. I think it is a little bit higher now, and so there is a lot which needs to be done. I also think that only going to the press will not help. We have to change it from within. And Shelley's talk before was very interesting because she had take your opportunities and volunteer jobs. So I can just say I'm already one of the Yodas. I'm really 30, 40 years in the space sector. And at the beginning, I was really in the age where there were actually only women, only men in the space sector in leadership positions. And I went into advisory boards, and I wrote the minutes, and then I did that well, and then I was invited again. And because I remember that at that time, when there were special tasks, they were mostly, because men are in leadership, they prefer to give them to their male young colleagues and not to the women. So you have to volunteer and to build it up. So that was my generation. And that helped a lot, and it resonated very well when Shelley said that today, take voluntary jobs, because there you build up your network, and that's really important. What you need. But additionally, as you know, that in particular in the Western countries and in Europe, we have target quotas. How to have actually women in leaderships or in professorships, which is not always an easy task, and some people react terribly against it. Yeah. But when we look at the statistics, it helps. It really helps. And we cannot, just because we don't like it, just move it away. And role models, that's clear. When you have a critical mass of women, for instance, the critical mass starts above 30% in a company, in a university, in an environment, institution, it helps to build up more women because they feel more comfortable. And I think this is the way we have to go. And there are many organizations. COSPA is one of them. There is the International Astronautical Federation. There is Space for Women of the United Nations. There is Women in Aerospace. All ladies here on the panel can speak about their initiatives. There is a lot done in the space sector in order to make women really enthusiastic and help them in mentoring and help them over periods, what kind of subject to change. So there is a lot going on, but I think it is mostly this intrinsic way, and outreach, of course, is one of those where we have to highlight women, which is actually done pretty well, I find, yeah. But it is this intrinsic, old-fashioned, rather conservative system, also in universities, because there's we have the director of the university here, is also looking not only at diversity but also at interdisciplinarity, because it's not mainly the topic, but interdisciplinarity is a crucial way to go forward, not only for the space sector but also for climate change and everything, and you have to move the system in that in that way.
I have a shameful confession to make. Quota is a very dirty word according to the Dutch government. So even in all these decades that I've been fighting for it, now very slowly it starts to trickle in, because they do see that it works in other countries, and perhaps now they feel that, we're staying behind. So, but for the rest, quota, not every country does embrace it.
No, I think in the U.S. you've got, of course, everybody knows it's like our country's completely at a political divide. And so you start talking about these topics and you get, you know, either one version or the other of what this should look like. I just keep coming back to the thing that it is all of our responsibilities to raise and tell the stories. I mean, that amazing woman who made the 1,500 Wikipedia entries on women scientists you may never have heard of before. I mean, we can look back in history and watch women who were supposed to have won the Nobel Prize, but their male colleagues received it. It actually has a name. It's called the Matilda effect. And even like not too long ago, it's like there was a gentleman in the lab who thought that there should be male-only labs and female, because the females were all too distracting. And so there was this whole Twitter campaign of like, I'm really distracting in basically my hazmat suit. And so again, I think it's what you're saying, Pascal, is that it's intrinsic. But I will tell you this, is that I have had the privilege of working with some of the best male counterparts. I have been really lucky along the way. Only rarely did I ever kind of go, well, you're not my people. And that's what we get to do. We get to kind of like have our autonomy and go, if I am being treated badly or not respected, poof, then I'm walking away. But I want you to find your crowd of colleagues. And so for anybody, whatever gender you may identify with, is that find that group of people that accepts you as you. And it's like it doesn't matter, and they respect you. And I'm going to go back to this thing called Team Human that I really believe, and I once said this to a group of kind of like males and females in a high school audience. Girls, the best kind of male friends are the ones that will cheer for you and when you excel and go above them. And males the same way. The best kind of female friends will be there to also cheer you on in your endeavors. And to me, that's that intrinsic thing we've got to change. That I long for the day. Remember when it was the all-female spacewalk? I long for the day when it's like, look at there, they're doing a spacewalk, and we don't have to think about the color, the gender, the identity, any of that, that it's all starts to be, there are humans doing amazing work. And I think if there's, when you're talking about anything in the media or wherever we are, it's like embrace the opportunity to stand up for your fellow humans, embrace the opportunities to make a way and a path for them, but starting it kind of here, saying, like, again, we want you, and if anybody doesn't get you or respect you, then they're not the crowd or the team for you. But I will tell you, there is value in learning how to work with people who are at odds or may at points have not respected you as well. I'll tell this quick story, and I'm so sorry to take long. But when I assumed the role after Artemis as president of Explore Mars, there was a board member who disagreed with something that I was basically on my own ethics. I will never disavow my own ethics. That is so important to me to live as a person of character. My word is my bond, and I will try to, it's always the right thing to do the right thing. So I was like, I can be very malleable. I can like go, all right, let's team play. But on this particular issue, I was standing strong. So this gentleman writes me a note and says, I thought we had elected a president that had a backbone. Oh, ha ha ha. So before I responded equally as angrily as I wanted to, I sat for a moment and I sent him an email that says, what do your grandchildren call you? And he was like, what? And he gave me the name that they called him. So on my next email, I directed it, Dear Boppy, let me ask you a question. Would you ever want someone to speak to your granddaughter the way that you have just spoken to me? I think not. So we will find a path forward, but I will tell you where I stand is where I stand. And you will have to really fight to tell me that there is a better ethical path forward. When you do that, I will go with you. But for now, Boppy, I am going to stand strong. After that, we're the fastest of friends. He really respects me. If I called him right now, he would come to my aid. But I think it's also this thing of like, can we not be at war with one another and continue this kind of narrative that it's always men against women or this group against this group? Again, we have to start playing for Team Human and then ease that throughout everything that we do in space, STEM, leadership, and global policy.
I think we're at the end. I have some good news to end this. Okay, so China is, educating all their youngsters. We keep forgetting that it's also 1.4 billion Indians, right? And the parents there really want their kids to have a good education. Now, the nice thing about it, compared to China, and perhaps even be compared to India, but not as much, is that all the other countries, we are democracies. We further the free thinking of our people. My government or your government will not tell you you cannot think about this in a different way than what is government policy. And that is our strength of all the Western world, whether we're in Australia or in Europe or wherever. So let's keep to that.
Thank you very much. I think these were the great final words of a lovely discussion of our great panelists, Shelley Brunsvik, Artemis Westenberg, Janet Eve Duensing, and Pascale Ehrenfreund. Thank you very much. And with that, we go with our broadcast to the Mars Yard to see how Remco and other teams are going on. And here, for those of you who want to stay in this particular room, we will have the talk from DLR colleagues, DLR's Advanced Robotic Technology for Future Lunar Mission, delivered by Armin Wedler and Martin Gruner from DLR German Aerospace Center. And the talk would start around noon. Thank you very much.
We're wide open for culture, for fun and adventure, and priceless treasure, for the art of masters, bold colours and flavours, to share memories and celebrate life, offering vibrant local culture, history, architecture, and a land that is yours to explore. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for wellness, for body and mind, to relax, to rest. Take a deep breath and feel reborn. Catch some sun, then find your rhythm. Explore new ground to embrace the soothing power of nature. Find your path, surrounded by history and culture. And enjoy the journey. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for me.
And welcome back everyone to the Mars Yard, where everything is happening today. You can see it's a lot busier right now behind me and in front of me, because the rover teams are finishing their final task, and we have the probing task today, which is super exciting for the audience. So we have lots of people on the Mars Yard here. The competition is almost coming to an end. This afternoon, in a few hours, we'll know who the overall winners and the task winners of the European Rover Challenge 2024 are going to be. And we're back on the Mars Yard for the next hour, where we will meet guests and teams to talk about, of course, the competition, but also the theme of the day. Today is Mars Day. We started on Earth on Friday, we moved to the moon yesterday, and we finally landed on Mars today. So we're talking about Mars exploration, but we also talk about other themes that are relevant to the industry. This morning you saw on the live stream we talk about diversity a lot, about diversity, equality, accessibility of the space industry that is growing fast, that's going to need all the people with all the backgrounds from all the countries to join the space workforce. Here in the Mars Yard we'll have a few guests, and I'm going to start with my first guest here, Anna Bukiewicz-Szul from the Polish Space Agency. Welcome, Anna. Now, Anna, you are responsible for part of the educational program within Polsa. Can you tell us a little bit about what that means?
Yes. Well, that means many things actually. For instance, today we've been here for 3 days now, and we have a large area here in the exhibition section, where you can find many activities prepared for kids in different age. So we have, for instance, rockets. We are building rockets, and we have nice pressure launcher. We have also a workshop with where we can build lander for a very special astronaut, and this astronaut is actually called Eggnaut because it's a regular egg, but trained one because it wears a space suit already. So I hope that that will be interesting for many of you, and we invite you there to our area. We also have astronaut training there, so you can see how it is to be on aboard ISS in our VR section. You can also train your manual skills in EVA gloves workshop, and you can also build a mini stratospheric mission. So there are plenty of activities, so everybody are welcome.
That's amazing. So you heard the invitation. The weather is gorgeous. It's Sunday. Join us here in Krakow at AGH University to visit the Polsa booth and participate in all those activities. And this is accessible for kids all ages, including my age, right?
Of course, activities are prepared for kids from, let's say, year of 4. We can say that the upper limit is 100 years. So it's very huge range. So. We also have different activities which I didn't mention, so you can just go and explore it by yourself. But you asked me what that means to be education woman in a Polish Space Agency.
Yeah, because education is in the heart of what a space agency does. I mean, the Polish Space Agency is there for Polish society. So tell us a little bit more generically. If people can't make it here, what does Polsa mean to education in space education in Poland?
We also are responsible for creating or supporting many educational activities that are created by our partners, different NGOs or commercial ones. You can find us in that kind of nice events. So the next one will be in October in Wrocław. So you can come and meet us. And also now we have very special activity. We have special job actually because we are responsible also for preparing educational mission for our Polish space mission on ISS. So we've prepared many activities, not only for Sławosz to be done aboard the ISS during the mission, but also plenty activities for our Polish students.
Excellent. So more of that to come. I know you can't share too much about this. This mission will happen sometime in the next year or so, and well, we can follow all that news, of course, through Polsa, through the social media channels, and a lot is coming. But maybe you can tell us a little bit what Sławor's mission means for Poland and for the people here in Poland. What can they expect?
Well, it is very important mission for Poland because our engineering level in Poland is getting lower, and it's really not good thing for our country. So we're counting that this mission will help us to support young people and to engage them in STEM, in science, and to become engineers, and not only engineers, because space is much wider than just engineering part, but to support our space careers. So our space sector in Poland can involve more and more.
Now, I talked to Professor Rochna yesterday, and he said that there are over 400 space startups and companies in Poland that have been created over the last 10 years. So there are lots of opportunities, not just to be the next Sławos, because, well, those opportunities might be limited, but opportunities in 400 companies. So there are definitely jobs for people who get excited about this mission and about space in general. There are opportunities in Poland, right?
Yes, of course, there are opportunities, and there will be much more of them. So now we have 400, and I hope that after 1 year we will have at least twice more.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Anna, for this little insight into education from the Polish Space Agency, by this Polish Space Agency. And I'm looking forward. We've seen 10 years of the Polish Space Agency to see the next 10 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. See you.
Bye. Okay, then we're introducing our next guest here. Yes, please. So, Adam, you represent PSPA,
right,
one of the key partners of this event. Can you tell us a little bit about what your role at PSPA is and what PSPA is doing here at the ERC?
Sure. PSPA goes for Polish Space Professionals Association, and we gather space professionals that work here in Poland as well as abroad to help build the community of professionals, share experience, learn about opportunities in space sector, promote space sector for students, and this goes in line with our participation in the ERC as the body that creates and builds the jury team. And the majority of the jury team members are PSPA association members who volunteer their time to help teams do their best, inspire young generations, and share our technical knowledge via providing feedback, scoring the technical documentation, and helping to run the competition here on site.
Okay, so what does it take to become a member of this Polish Space Professional Association?
So we are looking for people who are involved in the space sector in Poland. It can be either a for-profit organization, it can be a company, it can be a government organization. The important thing for us is to look for people who have some certain competence, who have skills and experience working with space, that they are willing to share and willing to contribute to grow the association and grow the community here in Poland.
Right, because that's what PSPA is about. It's about sharing knowledge, networking, but also creating opportunities for members to become members of the jury. It also means that the members of the jury are not just anyone. You just don't pick them from the street. These are all space professionals who, on a day-to-day basis, work in this field of engineering, robotics, and all the elements that we see in the competition. So how do you select members of the jury?
So members of the jury volunteer their time to be included in the jury that judges the documentation part. And then we are looking for people who are willing to come and spend a weekend here in Krakow this year to share their experience. We are looking for team that varies in their skills, people who are experienced in working with mechanisms, who are experienced in working with telecommunications, with information technology, so that we have all the accurate skill set that allows us to score teams according to the quality of the work that they're doing.
Excellent. Now, we just heard from Anna and also from Professor Rochna of the Polish Space Agency that the Polish space sector, the Polish new space sector, is growing very rapidly. How is that reflected in membership of the Polish Space Professionals Association?
So we are seeing applications from people who are recent graduates and joining the space sector via national trainee programs for ESA or joining Polish companies, and we are seeing an increasing interest of people to network, to learn what people are doing around in local companies as well as in companies in Europe and United States. And we are seeing more and more people being attracted to the association because of the value it brings in learning about the sector and learning about what opportunities are out there for professionals.
You mentioned opportunities. Opportunities always sticks in my head because that is a key word of new space. Everywhere in the world, also here in Poland. Can you zoom in on what those opportunities are in the industry in, say, the next 10 years? Let's look into the future a little bit. How is the Polish space sector evolving, and what opportunities will there be for people who are watching now saying, I'm a student or I work in another area? What will these opportunities be and for whom?
Sure. So new space companies are usually exploring the world of small satellites. That can be including Earth observation, communications, or doing experiments in orbit demonstrating technologies. And we are seeing increasing numbers of companies being involved in optics, in electronics in Poland, as well as software development. It becomes clear now that edge computing is becoming more and more important, meaning computing using neural networks or artificial intelligence to learn about the imagery we are taking on orbit before we send it to Earth, so that we can limit the amount of bandwidth and data that we need to process here on ground, and the bandwidth that we need for communications. And we are seeing increasing numbers of companies that are willing to explore the software development and electronics development that will drive this change in how we operate in space. And there's a number of Polish companies here locally that are involved in such technologies, and I think it's pretty attractive for people, for students that are studying degrees that are normally not associated with space or are generic in terms of the industry, to be attracted to space and to see space sector as something challenging and rewarding place to work.
Challenging and rewarding. What makes it challenging and rewarding?
The challenge in space comes from the limited amount of processing power that's available. It comes from the risk of launching things to space and the degradation of electronic components that is happening, and the crowdiness of low Earth orbit due to the number of small satellites being launched every year. So I think that these ones are the challenges that I recognize right now, together with the amount of computing and knowledge that's required to process satellite imagery into something that's meaningful to people that are using technologies to learn something about Earth, or to everyday users of mobile phones and computers that want to enhance their life and their work with satellite data and space technologies.
Many challenges. Now, challenges are not unique to the space industry. Many industries offer challenges. Why should people choose to work or to build a career in the space industry rather than in, well, any other industry, really?
So in order to achieve new solutions based on space technology, there's a lot of things that we still need to learn and still need to develop. And I think the exciting part of being a part of the space sector is that solutions we are building are novel and that they are never seen before. And there's still a lot to explore. The main companies and space agencies in the world are putting very ambitious targets on what we want to achieve in the next decades. Lunar exploration, the manned station, the permanent manned station on the moon. And in order to achieve that, there is a lot of challenges and technologies that are still need to be developed, and something that we still don't know how to solve. And I think that's the most exciting part, that there is still something that needs to be explored that hasn't been done before.
Excellent. You can hear it in the background. I hope you can hear us still. because something very exciting is about to start here. It's getting louder and louder, but something really exciting is happening here on the Mars yard. Let's hope you can still hear us, but I think they're starting the probing task. Do you know anything about what's going on here?
Sure. Are we pointing this way? Okay.
No, we're pointing that way.
So the probing task is something that we've introduced this year for the first time. There is a few teams currently computing, about 5 of them, and we are trying to propose a task that's time-based, that explores the dexterity of the movements and the efficiency of how the teams operate with the rover. They had already 2 days to try themselves out in the other tasks, in navigation, in science exploration. And now it's the final challenge when they explore how well they can operate the rover, how efficient it is in collecting material and probes from the Martian surface. And in order to make it a little bit more exciting for the audience as well, we are introducing this a little bit competition between the teams for a limited resource that's located on the Mars surface, which is a number of probes.
Yeah, it's attractive to the audience. You can see it happening here. People are filling the space. This excitement, it sounds to me a little bit like robot wars. Why is this an important and also serious element of what's going on here?
So I think we will be seeing an increasing number of space operations in the future on Mars and on the Moon, and it will not be uncommon to have multiple pieces of equipment or rovers interacting with each other or competing for limited resources. And we are trying to simulate that here in this environment to help the teams learn about how it is like to be working in a crowded space, you know?
Yeah, because we do see many countries, many different initiatives going to Mars for these limited resources. Hopefully it will never come to this. So there's an element of public excitement involved, but it is not necessarily unrealistic then, and that's what you're saying. I don't know if we're going to be able to see much of it, but let's talk a little bit about the next 10 years of ERC. You've been involved as PSPA in the last 10 years. We're celebrating the 10-year anniversary. How has ERC evolved over the last 10 years, and how do you see it evolve over the next?
Right, so we can talk about this from the perspective of the teams themselves and on the competition. And I've been a jury member of ERC for the past 3 years, and I've seen an increasing quality of work that we are seeing in student teams. There's an increasing amount of complexity that's being introduced to the challenge by a different number of tasks, by including drones, by including multiple teams running at the same time, collecting, getting the samples. And I think every new year and the achievements of human exploration of space bring to us inspiration for new tasks, such as the flight of Ingenuity on the Martian surface. Gave us the inspiration to introduce droning as a part of the competition, right? And I'm seeing that the teams are increasingly using artificial intelligence and neural networks to drive the rovers autonomously, to be able to recognize important elements of the Martian surface. I'm seeing increasing amounts of software-driven solutions in the rovers as compared to something that we've seen years before.
Excellent. And you also talked from an organizational point of view. How can we make ERC even more challenging, yet keeping the realism from next year and the next editions?
Right, that's a very interesting question. I think the realism lies in the hands of the geology team that works for many months prior to the competition to create a surface to create our Mars yard that's resembling the conditions on Mars and bringing some scientific significance to the work that the teams are doing. And I think this is really important. And I think new Martian missions and data we are getting from the observers of Mars will get us more and more information that we'll be able to utilize to create something interesting here. We are the geology team every year is working on elements, the geological elements that are active. You can see the fumes rising from certain parts of the Mars yard, simulating the volcanic activity. And I think it's pretty exciting, and we'll be seeing a different Martian surface every year on the Mars yard, which I'm always really excited about, because for me as an engineer, to learn something about the Martian history by looking at our Mars yard is something truly inspiring and gets the context to our work that we do here in the space sector in Poland, which is really nice. And I think for the future, I would be willing to see, tasks that involve a little bit more autonomy. I think autonomy and self-driving rovers is the most challenging part of this competition, and every year when we are giving the teams the bonus for autonomy, we're seeing more and more teams being challenged to go into this software-driven solutions and AI-based technologies on Mars, which I think will be crucial and key technology that we'll need to be able to sustain our operations on other planets, which I think is great to see here on the Mars yard. And I think we'll be willing to see and willing to challenge the teams to build such more and more complex solutions and autonomous solutions in the future editions as well.
Excellent, and that is very important, is that this competition, I've said it before and I'll say it again, is one of the most realistic, one of the most scientifically backed simulations of what's actually happening on Mars now and in the future. And that is important to realize for the teams. This is not just any rover challenge. This is a realistic simulation of the technology, of science, of team building, of international collaboration and everything. So thank you very much, Adam, for explaining PSPA, explaining a little bit about the history and future of ERC. And I think we're moving to the next subject now. So I'm looking at my assistant. We're going to move over there. So we're waiting for our mobile cameraman to take us to the exhibit zone.
All right, enjoy it then.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Adam. Thank you. In the meantime, if you're watching roverchallenge.eu for all information, if you're following us on social media, and we are on lots of different social media, and there's me looking at the wrong camera, of lots of social media channels, hashtag ERC 2024. You can find us on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on Instagram. Here about what this means, and we have the rovers, all of them, trying to find the same resources. So this is new this year, as we just heard from Adam, and yeah, this is the type of technology that we're talking about. So we're going to stop for a little moment, and then we'll see you in a little bit back in the exhibition. So that's it for me right now. Thank you.
Space industry is booming all over Europe. And so whether you're Luxembourg or Portugal or Spain or Italy, whether you're big or small, you try to be part of this.
I cannot imagine a better way of preparing people for our future projects than, competitions like this.
And all these jobs are there to be had. So if you're studying something that you think has nothing to do with space, check again. You might find out that 10 years from now, you're actually needed.
Great engineers and great scientists building great products. That is what the space industry consists of.
There's something deeply philosophical about space.
And we are the first generation where Mars is just about to be at the reach of our hands. It's a logical continuation of feeding and nourishing that nomadic gene that is within us as humans.
The most important and fundamental part of being human is imagination, this aspiration that we have, which drives us to explore space. So this is something to be proud of. This is something to celebrate.
The cooperation is obviously not just between governments, but it's between the private sector, academics, non-governmental organizations, even students that are combining math and science studies with imagination and creativity.
One person can make a difference, and therefore should. That's my assignment to you.
And off we go. Hello everyone. We just moved away from the crowds there. We're going to visit the exhibit zone like we have done yesterday and the day before yesterday. And we're going to have a look at what some of these exhibitors have to offer here in the exhibit zone. It'll be a little bit quieter as well, which is good. Because as we said, the space sector here in Poland, because we're now going to look at opportunities here in Poland, has grown significantly. We've heard it in the last interviews, over 400 companies. We have the European Rover Challenge, we have lots of opportunities. And we're going to look at how you, as a student, or as a school kid, or as a professional looking to join the industry, what you can do to, and what the Polish space sector is offering for you to build that career. So, we're going to visit SKA Robotics. And we see a lot of cool stuff happening here. Who is going to talk about this? You are, excellent. So, tell us a little bit, first of all, who you are and what SKA, what it says here, SK, the Student Astronautical Club of the Warsaw University of Technology, what that is.
Well, actually, Student Space Association is our correct translation. Yeah, from Warsaw University of Technology. Yes, we are the biggest association in our university. We have currently around 200 people who work in 4 different divisions. We have robotics division that is fighting right now. Actually, right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, rocketry division that makes rockets. Also, balloon divisions that mostly works on experimental projects. In Rexus Bexus campaign, and also PevoSat project. Well, PevoSat, we are...
Well, show us PWSat, because I see a model right here, so you can show us exactly what it is.
PWSat, it's like BMW.
Yeah, sorry, it's the British versus the local pronunciation, but you pronounce it the right way, I pronounce it the wrong British way. Can you show us a little bit what that is? Can you maybe pick it up and show it in the camera?
That's model of the PevoSat 2, the second iteration. The general mission of all PevoSats is to test deorbitation techniques. So this is the model of the second one. We don't have the real one because it deorbitated.
It deorbited and it basically burnt up in space.
Yeah, so it fulfilled its mission. Yeah, so we have panels and, well, that's it.
Okay, so this is a model of a CubeSat, but that is built by students.
Yeah. Actually, the first Polish satellite, PevoSat Prime 1, it was built in our association by students. Well, yeah.
Okay, well let's stop at that for a moment. So your organization, satellite.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, well, you can be really proud of that. But it's not just satellites you build. We see a 2-unit CubeSat, a 3-unit CubeSat. We also see a rocket, and people love rockets. So tell us a little bit about rocketry at SKA.
So this is our growth rocket. It's a multi-stage boosted dart rocket, solid rocket on a solid rocket motor.
So it uses solid rocket fuel.
Yeah. We also have a hybrid engine, but in other rockets. Interesting fact about this rocket holds a record, the highest flight over amateur rockets in Poland. It's 18 and 6 kilometers.
Is this the whole rocket, or is this just part of it?
The first stage. The second stage is, well,
Okay.
it doesn't fit anymore, but doesn't fit anymore. So it works like Elon Musk rockets, you know. The first stage engine works for a couple seconds when it stops when the second stage is being separated, and here you can see, well, the second stage. You can weight it actually. Be careful, it's very heavy.
This is full with fuel, or this is very heavy?
It's just full with itself. Okay. And actually, this part flew to 18 kilometers.
Wow, that's impressive. So, SKA, is it open to any student, or do you have to be an aerospace engineer or just a brilliant rocket scientist?
Brilliant rocket science. No, it's not rocket science. You have to be a student at Wood University, at Warsaw University of Technology. But we're also open to enthusiasts.
Okay, but also students from all different backgrounds.
Yeah. We gather students from, of course, from our faculty, mechanical and aeronautical, but also from IT, from mechanics and electricians. Yes.
Exactly. So all the disciplines within engineering, maybe even outside engineering, can become a member and play around with all this cool technology. Well, thank you very much for introducing us to SKA, and we are going to move to the next item. I'm picking up my clipboard here, and we're going diagonally across to the next exhibitor. So we're cutting through the grass here. It's a beautiful day. It's so nice and sunny. Lots of people here, lots of children, and that is the good thing to see. So we're going to that helps. They told me to look out for the dummies. So tell us a little bit.
We learn here first aid in the space, because in the space going humans, but Agnieszka Elwertowska better explain what we do in here.
Okay, well let's walk a little bit closer. We can stay here perhaps and stay behind these dummies. So I'm looking at your name. Can you introduce yourself?
Okay, so my name is Agnieszka Elwertowska. It's a huge pleasure to meet you. I am from Global STEM Initiative chapter of Poland. Here is actually our flag. And actually my organization is focusing on helping other organizations in Poland and around the world in their initiatives. For example, today with me is my friend Rafał from Mission First Aid. And he's helping me yesterday and today in education about first aid. Also, I'm collaborating with Jagiellonian University Collegium Medicum. Yesterday on our stand we had a lecture about module for first aid in space. I was explaining how module which I'm doing with Jagiellonian University with Professor Arkadiusz Trzos. I was talking about module which we are doing, and besides it, I'm also collaborating with much more organizations like ExoTesla, Space Copy. We did together, and also Moontrace, we created virtual moon gallery, for which I'm inviting this year participants of European Rover Challenge, I mean Rover teams, to create together virtual gallery from this year event. for example. I'm also collaborating with Mars Society Canada. Also, I'm collaborating with Daria Solar, who's Polish artist, and actually she put her art into our gallery. Also, Mars Society Canada is they are organizing analog missions, because I am also, as you can see, I am an analog astronaut. I participated in few analog missions, and I have no plan to stop.
So you basically do everything, but let's go a little bit back to the basics. What is the objective of all this networking and all these different activities? What is it that you, as an organization, you're trying to achieve?
My organization, because I believe that if we want to go to space, we should be better people before we go to space. And I strongly believe in collaboration. And this is what I'm doing. When I see organization which need help, I want to help it. Especially that many countries don't have enough funding and etc. Actually, main branch of Global STEM Initiative, because I have chapter, I am director of Polish chapter. Actually, main branch is placed in America, in USA, and main purpose of general Global STEM Initiative is to support all countries around the world in their projects and etc. in STEM education, but not only, because purpose of my chapter is to support STEM education in Poland and around the world, to support scientific projects and support general education, not only STEM, but also, for example, first aid, as you could see. So I strongly believe in education, in collaboration, and this is what I dream to do, to support and to collaborate with other people, other organizations.
Okay, now, how can people benefit from this? How can they find you, and what can you offer? You're the leader of the Polish branch of this Global STEM Initiative. How can people benefit from that? What's in it for them?
Actually, my chapter is really young, because it's like 1 year old. I'm still trying to figure out some things, but you can find me on my LinkedIn website, like LinkedIn site, and also on Instagram. Actually, if you want, here's my business card.
Thank you very much. I don't think the viewers online can see that, but we'll share that information online. But the Global STEM Initiative, and I'm going to read out, for example, the Instagram address, gsi.poland.
Yes, it's GSA Poland, and on LinkedIn it's Global STEM Initiative Chapter of Poland, so it's pretty simple. Actually, I need to also create Facebook account. Yes, in Poland we are using still Facebook. I know it's abroad people don't really use Facebook that much, but actually in Poland, yes, if it works, it works, yes. So this is how people can find me. They can also they can use also my email address. It's info.poland@globalsteminitiative.org. Yes.
That's a long one, but I think people got that. So the Global STEM Initiative and the website globalsteminitiative.org is where people can find a lot of information.
And also they can also try to find me on the internet. It's my name is Agnieszka Elbertowska. I also have my own websites or my own social medias. Because besides of running Global STEM Initiative Chapter of Poland, I'm also running my own social medias. I'm also showing my own activity, my own projects. So you're more than welcome to see it, share it.
Excellent. Now, before we start, let's talk a little bit about something you said, and you pointed at your shoulder at analog research. Tell us a little bit about why analog research is important and why it's important that people join these analog missions.
Okay, so actually analog missions are really important because it's really important to check to do proper research before we send it to the space. For example, because I participated in few analog missions, I also, for example, took part in this crazy analog mission inside Icelandic lava tube for 3 days, organized by IC Space and Euromoon Mars. So that was crazy because there were no habitat. We had to set up habitat inside lava tube. And the plan was to do this in 8 hours. We had only 8 hours actually, so it was really crazy. It was really crazy idea.
But it's realistic, because what I see is that now research is showing that the first people going to the moon or going to Mars might be living in lava tubes.
Yes, because lava tubes are a great shield to protect future habitats from radiation, meteorites, and etc. So actually, yes, I love this idea to use lava tubes as natural shield.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for introducing us to the Global STEM Initiative, to all the different networks that you're part of, to your own outreach, because that is so important, that we keep telling the people out there what the opportunities are for humanity's future in space. So thank you very much, Agnieszka, for showing us a little bit about all this and being so excited. I really like to listen to you, and the excitement is very clear. So keep doing what you're doing, and we'll be following you online. Everybody now got your name and social media account, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We are moving on to one of the Rover teams. And
Hi there.
Can you tell us a little bit about which team you represent and from where and who you are?
Yeah, of course. I'm Wojciech Kucharski. I'm from Team Raptors. We are from Łódź, Technology University of Łódź. And yeah, we are on ERC event.
Clearly. Raptors, I've seen that name before. This is not the first time you're participating in ERC?
Oh no, my team was here since 2013, and we have a little break, and this is the first time since 2 years when we come here and fighting with other teams.
Now, tell us a little bit about Team Raptors. You're from the University of Łódź. How big is your team, and what are the backgrounds of the people on the team?
Okay, so we got like 30 teammates. Not everybody is here, but everybody's supporting us. Our team was established in 2013, and since then we are creating Martian rovers, rescue robots, and drones. And last time we won Droniada. It's a new competition. It's a competition in Poland, drone competition, the largest one, and we won this in this year.
Congratulations with that. How are things going in the competition here?
Oh well, in this year we are with our new rover. It's not done yet, but we tried our best to perform our best. I think we perform good. We learn a lot of things. We know what to correct and what things we have to implement to perform better in the next year. And also, my teammates are very proud of our rover and our things which we have done here. We have a little bit problems with communication systems the first day, but right now it's perfect. The organization is perfect, and the Mars Yard, wow, it's cool.
We've seen that the Mars Yard is cool, and the Mars Yard is cool every year, and it really reflects the real situation, the latest scientific findings on Mars. Now let's switch gears a little bit. 30 team members, you say. Why should people in any university around the world participate in this? What's in it for you?
Okay, well, it's a very interesting question. I think that participating in scientific club, you have an opportunity to gain a lot of experience, real manual experience, which is, I think, in Poland, not necessarily gain as simple student at the university. So I think it's very important to participate in scientific club. And for me, I have learned a lot of things, how it works, how automotive robotic industry works, and space industry. You have made a lot of contacts with other teams, people, and business industry, especially in Łódź, because we are from Łódź. And I think there is a lot of room for me to develop my skills here. So I think I will stay in the next year.
Okay, and that's important what you say, that you build relations not just with your teammates, not just with your own university, but also with local industry. Mm-hmm. Is this a career booster?
Of course, career booster. My teammates who's ended their career in our scientific lab. Right now they are hired. Everybody wants them. Everybody wants them, and they say it's very easy to get a job. They said also that there's no difference in industry and in scientific lab because our scientific lab works a little bit like a small company where is a CEO, where is project manager, where there's workers, and we have to schedule things, we have to plan a lot of things, make documentations, and to make a recruitation for new members, and this is very repeatable over the years. So yeah, like in company.
Okay, and that's very powerful what you just said. I mean, you may not realize, but this is one of the things that this challenge really wants to do, is to build this relationship with industry, and also for industry to see that potential. And I think that is working really well. We've talked to, well, quite a few people out here exactly about that. So it's really important that you emphasize that. Finding a job much more easily. Are there enough jobs in your region for all these engineers to work on their dream career on space robotics?
I don't really know right now, but I believe that Poland is a perfect place to make some investment in it. I think we have the best engineers, our teams, AGH, my Raptors team. Every year we won third or first or second places all around the world, and I think in Poland are the best engineers, and it's very sad to me that there is no much investments in space industry, in robotic industry, especially in Poland, when we are growing up like hell.
No, but that's, again, you say some very powerful things here, that Polish has the best space engineers. Well, we do see quite a few Polish winners in the competition, although that's not a given because you have very strong competition from other countries as well. But it's an important thing to realize, is that Poland has these very strong engineers, that the industry should really benefit from that and build up the industry around those engineers, because it can work two ways, of course. So tell us a little bit about the Łódź region. How is that integrated in the Polish space economy?
You mean how Poland region is integrated?
How your region is part of this growing space ecosystem?
Well, first of all, our technological university, this is the place where many business ask us for make some contracts to develop something, to make some research on it, and we develop there some new technologies, and then we make a report which shows them how they can solve some problems. And I think this is one of the way how my region develop in robotics and space industry. And another one, there are lots of meetings, conferences in our region when companies meet and talk about problems which are current in our situation. But yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, and again, that's important, is how this pocket of engineers that the university is providing is then feeding the industry, not just in the country, but also in each region. Now tell us a little bit about the diversity in your team. Diversity is a bit of a theme today, and I'm not just talking about men and women, but also different educational backgrounds, because we talk a lot about engineering and STEM, but it's to win an ERC, it's not just engineers that you use. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. We have some project managers. Usually there are people from management statements or faculties, and they are very important people because we have to plan, we have to schedule things. Also, we have to make a good marketing to gather some money for this competition. Also, we have to have some scientific person which can take research on our rover. They are telling us what we need to mount on the rover to make those experiments. And also we have to have a lot of people from different faculties, because not only electrical engineers but also mechanical, software engineers, and very broad range of people we need.
And we need people who can tell the story, like yourself, when the media suddenly shows up and asks you all these difficult questions. Of people in the team,
that makes a winning team, if I understand it correctly. It's not just building a rover that works. So really good. Is your rover on the Mars yard right now?
No, right now not. We just ended our missions, but we were, and today it was, I think, a great mission. We collect almost two samples, and we were able to come back to our start position.
You're talking about the probing task, right?
Yeah, that's
so that's new. That's a competition between all the rovers. Was it fun?
Yeah, a lot of fun. But we will soon, when all the tasks will end, and we will go there and to just have a little fun with our rover.
That's always the traditional end of the ERC, as we bring all the rovers on the yard. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of that a little bit later on. But for now, Wojtek, thank you very much for your explanation and telling us a little bit about what it is to be on an ERC rover team. So with that, I think we're going to finish from the Mars yard for now. We're going into the lunch break. I'm looking forward to handing you over to Milena in the conference room after lunch. So thank you very much. That is it for me here in Krakow for now. One last time, follow everything that's going on here at roverchallenge.eu. And if you have been inspired as a student, bring a team together, because ERC 2024 is going to evolve into ERC 2025, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you and your team here in Poland for the next edition of the European Rover Challenge. But it's not over yet, so don't turn off your computer or your television set, because things are continuing until the very end, 5 o'clock today, when we will know who the winner of this competition is. That's it for me, Remco Timmermans. I'm signing off onto the next space event, and I'm handing over to my colleagues for the rest of the reporting today. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We're wide open for culture, for fun and adventure, and priceless treasure. For the art of masters, bold colours and flavours, to share memories and celebrate life. Offering vibrant local culture, history, architecture, and a land that is yours to explore. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska.
Hello everyone, we are Team Gras, representing the Polytechnical University of Catalonia, UPC, from Spain. We are really excited to be here today to present to you our project. Since its foundation more than 5 years ago, the GRAS project has been a place for students to develop their skills in the fields of space robotics, taking part in a real-world project, getting to know each other, and learning in an innovative and refreshing environment.
With the European Rover Challenge, the project went a step further. Taking part into a challenging but thrilling competition made us try to find new, innovative, creative solutions. Now, with 3 years behind us as the only Spanish team, we have developed a more professional, passionate and experienced team.
Our faculty and home, the Polytechnical University of Catalonia, is renowned for its strong emphasis on engineering and technology. Located in the city of Terrassa, UPC provides a dynamic environment that fosters creativity, innovation and excellence. Without this encouragement, projects such as the Gaia rover would simply not be possible.
That's why, for this year's edition, we're eager to present to you our new rover, named Gaia. Our rover is designed to tackle real-world challenges. Gaia is equipped to conduct a variety of scientific missions. Whether it's exploring remote terrain or collecting critical environmental data, Gaia is built to perform with precision and reliability.
Each member of our team has brought their unique skills and expertise to this project.
With an ever-growing team of more than 30 students, including international and national cooperation with other universities, the team members reflect the interdisciplinary character of our project.
Our diverse background in robotics, engineering, computer science, and in environmental studies have allowed us to collaborate effectively and innovate continuously.
But what makes this rover so special?
Gaia represents a quantitative leap in our design. 6 years of experience, lessons, and failures have condensed into our most advanced rover yet, and its improvements can be seen all around its design, from the incredible navigation systems up to the end of the robotic manipulator.
Let's start with mobility. Our rover has been designed to be lightweight and agile. With its completely redesigned 4-wheel traction system, it has the daunting task of traversing the terrain of the Mars yard. But Gaia is built for Mars. Slopes, rocks, canyons are no rival for the rocker design. Equipped with equally powerful motors that can reach speeds up to 1 meter per second and steering wheels that boost mobility to a completely new level. However, all this power and versatility would render useless without a proper navigation system. For this reason, our talented team of programmers have been working non-stop creating the perfect eyes for the rover. A vision system that allows Gaia to see the world in 3D, thanks to an Stereocam, as well as multiple additional perspectives that provide a rover designed with a complete 360-degree coverage. That's where Gaia's powerful brain comes into play. It allows the rover to analyze its surrounding terrain and autonomously compute the best path to reach its designated destination for the autonomy task.
Gaia has been designed to be a mobile laboratory. From sample collection to wind measurements, our science team, in collaboration with a specialized geology group, is responsible for transforming the powerful rover platform into the ultimate scientific research device. While the scientific team is preparing an exhaustive mission planning, the engineering department is developing and testing the key modules and experiments of their laboratory. From the redesigned drill to the balance systems, the science capabilities of Gaia are topped with completely new meteorological station, which will provide constant science data from the Mars yard environment.
However, such powerful scientific capabilities could not reach their full potential without direct and selective analysis of the environment. This is where the rover manipulator comes into play. With a redesigned compact system using cycloidal transmission, the precision and mechanical smoothness have improved significantly. Additionally, the inverse kinematics control has been refined with respect to last edition. In short, this will give Gaia unprecedented manipulation capabilities in order to face the challenges of Mars exploration.
All the systems mentioned make Gaia a great machine, designed and tested to excel in the Martian terrain. However, any of this would matter without the safe and reliable performance. That is why, from the GRASS project, we have always worked towards safer and trustworthy mechanisms and designs, encouraging redundancy and safety protocols. Besides the emergency button and light indicators, we have equipped the rover with installation, battery and temperature monitoring, as well as secret breakers in case of failure. All these systems work together in order to provide the most reliable performance.
Additionally, for this edition, the Gaia rover will have a faithful partner, the autonomous drone Grasshopper. Designed and built from scratch, with a flight control custom program by us, we have tried to make our drone as little and as light as possible, while trying to keep costs down. We already have built and tested our prototype, but there is still room for improvement. We have opted for analog cameras to capture our imagery, and radio signals to send our data to the computer and back. This way, we can have little to no lag in our communications.
I hope that this has given you a peek inside our project. We're confident in our ability to deliver the best possible design, and we are eager to meet all the teams at the ERC 2024. Thank you for your time, and see you on Mars.
Hello, we are AGH Space Systems from AGH University of Krakow, Poland. We would like to present you what we have prepared for this year's European Rover Challenge 2024. Kalman is our rover, which is still evolving, allowing for iterative development and replacing entire sub-modules without suspending the rover's operability. Our team consists of students with diverse academic backgrounds, ranging from robotics and computer science to chemistry and geology. We have 4 specialized subteams: mechanics, electronics, software, and science. Each subteam has its own leader, who is responsible for task assignment and organizing teamwork. In addition, we have a student board and a dedicated marketing and logistics team, which are responsible for obtaining funds, communication with the university, and our partners. European Rover Challenge is the most prestigious student robotic competition in Europe. Taking part in a challenge like this is a driving force for our team to push the boundaries and rapidly develop and integrate new ideas. It's also a great opportunity to discuss task approaches and solutions with other teams, meet experts from the space industry, and share our knowledge and experience with everybody interested in space technology.
The Rover's drive system is based on a rocker suspension and 4 independently turned and propelled wheels. This allows us to drive sideways, diagonally, and turn in place. The tires were 3D printed and are the result of many tests and iterative experiments. Mechanical design significantly increases effective ground clearance and helps to maintain rover stability on extremely uneven surfaces. The rover manipulator is the result of several years of development. It boasts 6 degrees of freedom, brushless DC motors, and a centralized controller. The manipulator has a spacious working area that allows for sampling, lifting objects to great heights, and performing maintenance tasks. The flexibility of the design means that we can easily swap end effector clothes for different missions or attach tech-specific modules and cameras.
Good serviceability is one of our main design goals. Batteries quickly slide in and out of 3D printed mountings outside the frame. The arm is connected with just 4 screws and 2 cables. All essential PCBs for our rover and its modules are designed with uniform physical dimensions. They slide right into a single 3D printed box. Replacing PCBs for different missions or in case of failure has never been faster. All of this allows us to switch the robot's configuration in under 10 minutes, while staying under the 50 kilos weight limit. The rover has been fitted with an easily accessible red emergency button which physically breaks the connection to the batteries, completely shutting the power off. Communication between the rover and the ground station is ensured by 433 MHz full duplex RF modules, and video feedback is provided by a 5.8 GHz link. We also develop an additional camera module in the gripper which provides high-resolution video source. This has been tested to provide comfortable control over the rover on distances reaching 1 km with minimum video delay.
Recently, we refactored our autonomous navigation system to use ROS2 with the latest versions of packages. The odometry subsystem is based around the unstandard Kalman filter with inputs from 4 IR-based depth cameras, which ensures up to 5 cm accuracy. We use the IR cameras to map the terrain and to generate a slope-sensitive cost map. Fast and robust computer vision algorithms are used to detect and localize aerial attacks. We also use our own package which integrates YOLO object detection with the ROS2 ecosystem. This package allows us to easily train YOLO models for any computer vision tasks in future competitions.
In addition, we developed a custom Unity engine-based simulation, where we can achieve high visual fidelity required to run visual odometry and leverage C# scripting capabilities to quickly and easily implement interactive testing environments. We test the autonomous traversal on a weekly basis in a variety of difficult real-life environments to make sure that our systems work irrespective of terrain type or weather and lighting conditions. Over the past year, we have been collecting feedback from operators and refactoring our ground station. We control the rover with an intuitive, custom-made controller that can take advantage of our rover's driving model. The manipulator is controlled with a space mouse supporting inverse kinematics or a standard gamepad. We also have the ability to record and execute predefined trajectories.
We are working on a drilling model, taking and seeing subsurface samples. We manufactured the prototype where we identified the subsystem problems. We consulted our issues with the experts and created a design of the next iteration that eliminates errors, has smaller dimensions and sufficiently reduced weight. In addition, we will place a small probe on the manipulator, which will allow us to measure soil moisture at the appropriate depth.
The rover's vision systems are crucial for the science part of the challenge. We use a hybrid solution.
Analog cameras allow operators to navigate with minimum delay, while offline digital cameras provide high-quality footage we leverage after the traversal. We use proper series software to quickly extract images of Easter eggs and objects relevant for hypothesis testing after the traversal is done. We also focus heavily on preparing a detailed strategy for the traversal, based on the delivered images of the Mars yacht to ensure the mission goes smoothly. Additionally, report templates allow us to provide results of our findings within the required time limit. Our scientific methodology can be easily adapted, depending on the Mars yacht's announced terrain. Apart from the vision systems, we can use our onboard laboratory modules to conduct chemical experiments. This allows recognition of compounds in source samples, which extended the scope of the hypothesis that we can check.
As geological support, the visible near-infrared reflectance probe with fluorescence mode shall also be included. According to the prepared spectral database, the analytical instrument can determine and identify types of minerals.
Our team is designing a drone that can be operated manually and autonomously, and will be used during science droning mission. The software stack will be based on ArduPilot. The drone will be equipped with GNSS receiver, IMU, barometer, and set of cameras. In addition, each year we take part in numerous science fairs to inspire future generations. None of this would be possible without support from our university, Ministry of Education and Science, and private sponsors. Thank you, and see you in space.
Hi, we are Beyond Robotics, the first Greek team to participate in the ERC. Our first participation in 2023 gave us the chance to engage with an incredible community and taught us a lot about our rover Talos. Thanks to the ERC, we are improving year by year, gaining more expertise and refining our rover. For the ERC's 10th anniversary, we are excited to present Talos 2, demonstrating all the advancements we've made. Beyond Robotics is under the auspice of the Technical University of Athens and the University of Patras, and we consist of students from various Greek universities specializing in computer science, mechatronics and geology. Our three core teams are management, which handles coordination and finances, engineering, which designs and builds the rover, and operations, which manages HR and public relations.
Talos 2 incorporates a variety of design improvements compared to last year's version. Let's see what's changed. It boasts new 3D printed elastic wheels instead of cots, a redesigned mobility subsystem with a differential bar positioned at the bottom, an improved chassis with modularity characteristics, more robust made from carbon fiber robotic arm, and finally a new concept soft gripper and a new developed drill.
The mechanical team designed the rover's structural parts, mobility system and equipment configuration. This year we optimized the four-wheel bogie suspension with a bottom-placed differential bar, and we have created custom 3D printed wheels with TPU and nylon filaments, plus a new aluminum wheel assembly. The legs use CFRP tubes for better lightweight performance. Due to manufacturing delays, we are showcasing the functionality of our system with last year's structural parts. However, the CFRP tubes have already arrived, suspension systems are nearly ready, and we are solving some tire breathing issues. Finally, a new hybrid aluminum and CFRP electronics box will be integrated.
The legacy system of Talos are powered by two parallel connected lithium-ion battery packs, each with a capacity of about 24 Ah. For emergencies, two main safety systems are included. Firstly, an isolation emergency system can stop the operation of all systems with the press of a button. Secondly, the pumping parts emergency system can deactivate the motors either physically or remotely. DC to DC converters are used to achieve the required voltage levels, and the energy consumption of each rail is monitored with a combination of a voltmeter and an amperage meter. An insulation fault detector is also included to prevent possible short circuits. All the above operations are handled by a dedicated microcontroller communicating serially with the rover's main computer.
The Talos 2 computer subsystem has been upgraded with cutting-edge features to enhance user experience and performance. The latest update introduced a dedicated streaming computer, ensuring seamless and high-quality content streaming. Additionally, the user experience has been redesigned, offering an interface that simplifies navigation and boosts productivity. Moreover, the new AI functionality now includes a specialized algorithm capable of identifying and selecting the largest rock with impressive accuracy, catering to geological analysis and research needs.
Pegasus is our custom drone, a quadcopter powered by ArduPilot, currently being integrated with MATLAB for advanced control and analysis capabilities. This integration aims to enhance stability and performance, leveraging MATLAB's robust computational tools. However, if the drone flight proved to be unstable, a DJI Tele will serve as a reliable backup, ensuring continued operation and experimentation. This dual approach strategy ensures that Talos will always have a drone as a versatile and dependable platform for aerial research and development.
The Talos 2 SLAM has been upgraded with two real-sense cameras, providing us with exceptional visual odometry capabilities. The D455 offers an extended range and improved depth accuracy, ensuring precise environmental mapping and object detection. Complementing this, the T265 excels in tracking and positional accuracy, allowing for robust visual inertial odometry. Additionally, we added a GPS backup, ensuring continuous and accurate localization, even in case of visual odometry failure. This upgrade ensures more reliable navigation and mapping.
Several updates introduced for a robust and flawless wireless communication between ground station and rover. We have installed the new Ubiquiti U6 mesh omnidirectional antenna, significantly improving outdoor performance by succeeding higher data rates. Our new antenna placement ensures better orientation and avoids non-line of sight scenarios. Additionally, we have upgraded our rover materials to reduce electromagnetic interference that will lead to a more reliable communication.
At the payload subsystem, we are building the drill mechanism, the sample storage, and the robotic arm with all the different end effectors. An auger drill mechanism that consists of a set of lead screws, belts, and pulleys, one motor for the vertical movement, and one motor for the auger drill rotation. A soft gripper for the rock collection and construction task that consists of 6 silicon figures or a parametric base with adjustable configuration depending on the target object. A robotic arm that is designed to have larger workspace while manipulating heavier payloads with better accuracy than last year. We focused on the early development of the drill and the soft gripper that are totally new components and had higher risk probabilities. So the robotic arm is in the first stages of the construction, with all components either bought or ordered and all custom parts ready to 3D print.
The science subsystem main objective is the analysis of geological data from Mars-Yard to provide insights into terrain history and hypotheses. The selected landing site belongs to Eastern Noctis Labyrinthus and meets all engineering constraints and offers scientific interest with recent volcanism and glaciation. The rover will explore glaciers, rootless cones and pit chains, while ensuring planetary protection compliance as well.
The rover's robotic arm, onboard camera and drill will be used for soil, rock sample and data collection from Mars-Yard. The carousel will be used for further storage and data analysis.
Our participation in the ERC 2024 is co-financed by the Bodosaki Foundation, the special account for research funding of the University of Patras, and private sponsors whose social awareness and generosity helped us to achieve our mission once more.
Flawless wireless communication linkage, robust and flawless communication between...
Beyond Robotics, the first Greek team to participate in the ERC.
Εντάξει.
Εντάξει, για να το δω.
Προσγείωσέ το. Όπα, όπα.
Before the pandemic, we were around 20 people, and we didn't really have. We were just playing around with an old it's what was essentially an RC car, and then we were still working on stuff, but then the pandemic hit, and then we all went back to our homes and we started working from home, and motivation just dropped. And I mean, honestly, not even me, I was just, living day to day, confined, and nothing really motivated us. When we got back to, to school after a bunch of months, the dynamic just kept going like this. In December, we were very, very close to, just calling the mission off and disbanding and just leaving each of us on their own, paths and whatnot, until one of my teammates just sent me a link, and it was the European Rover Challenge. And we had a meeting to discuss it, and we just said, well, let's try. Worse than what it is right now, it cannot be. So we just tried, and we applied with a proposal. We started, doing some work. People started, showing interest and starting to work, because all of a sudden we had a clear goal, a clear deadline, and honestly, an exciting project. Because I think that going from having an RC car and just saying, okay, we can do this task, but when is it for? Well, when it's done, it's done, and you have no clear deadlines, and the purpose and the objective is just so intangible that you depend a lot on your own passion, and if at any point you lose a little bit of it, it's over. We presented our preliminary design report without many hopes, because honestly at that point the project, we considered it to be at a very immature point. We didn't have much, to be honest, but since we had help from very talented people, and a master's student did her thesis with us, it was good enough to qualify. And so that's when the craziness began, because it was the beginning of summer, and we had some things. We had the structure, more or less. We 3D printed, because we also wanted to use this opportunity to learn new techniques and stuff that we didn't know. But that was basically it. And we started working quite heavily during summer, and all the subsystems started, coming together. We started getting very, very excited about the competition. Our main problems that we had this year was, first off, problems that we inherited from a long time ago. For example, the engines that we had were inappropriate for the drivers that we had for those engines, and other stuff like the materials that we used for the robotic arm were also maybe not ideal, because some parts broke on the way to Poland. One of the biggest issues we had was logistical issues. Once we were there, our entire Rover was dead on arrival. So it was certainly a scary situation, because we had worked so hard to get to where we were at that point, and it didn't work. So we just got to the place we had rented and tried turning it on and performing all the health checks, and it was dead. So at that point it was a bit difficult for the team to accept. It was a challenging moment. But then the next day, someone in the programming team tried to program one of the engines with the camera processor. So what we had to do was, first off, we tested it and it worked. And then what we decided to do was to reprogram all the subsystems and bring them to the camera processor. And we spent our days there doing this, essentially. We had to forfeit the maintenance task because the arm was not ready. Our control scheme was busted, and it worked for a bit, and then it started spazzing out and acting erratically, and we decided to, for the better health of the the jury and ourselves and the maintenance board and everything, we went there and we said, hey, it's not working. I'm sorry, but we will not be able to participate. And the jury was very accepting and very helpful, because they told us that we might be able to try if we fixed it in the long run, and also gave us some tips, like maybe ask this team or this other team. And so both the jury and the other teams were really, really helpful in this aspect. When we got to the navigation task, our camera processing software was running at the same time that everything else was running, so it was too slow, and in the end we were essentially blind for the navigation task. We did not know where we were. That was also a challenging moment because you're in front of the jury, and all the teams are there, and they saw everything, and the jury was asking, well, do you know where you are? We didn't know. For the probing task, our probes were to be placed by the arm, which was not working as before. So, problems start, cascading down, and the tasks start kind of falling apart. But still, compared to what we had the first day of the competition, it was still, for me, a satisfying result considering the situation, because for the probing task, they told us that we could, take pictures of the probing places before placing the probe, and then essentially not placing the probe because we couldn't, but that picture could still count as points. And especially to perform the science task, which we didn't really have many science experiments on board because we had no resources or knowledge, to be honest. The science capabilities of our rover were limited. And we did everything we could, and we took all the pictures that we needed, and then we finished all the tasks and went to present the pictures, and we found out that our picture-taking scheme, or the software that took the pictures and saved them all with the same name. So from all the pictures that we had taken, we only had the last one, essentially. I mean, it was to be expected because we had slept very little and we had worked a lot, and we had essentially reprogrammed the entire rover in 2 days. And honestly, at that point, it had to happen, and it is what it is. That was our competition, When we applied for the European Rover Challenge, we didn't really believe we would get much far because, the team was demotivated. We had nothing. We barely knew how to control the rover in January when we applied. So we said, okay, our main focus will be 2022, but we will apply to 2021 to see just what they ask for and what they require of us, and to know what we know and what we don't know. It was a bit emotional for me because once we got back, we decided that, we had worked a lot during summer, so we would take like a month of vacation and just to relax, take everything in. I planned to talk to multiple teachers and to go to the university where there are workshops where you can machine pieces and you can build stuff there, talking to electronics teachers and software teachers to have their help essentially when we need it, and to explain to them what we had done and what we lacked, and to ask for help essentially. So in like a year's time, we went from not doing anything and just wanting to stop doing anything and just go our separate ways and just everybody go home and do whatever you want with your free time, to I want to go again. We know what we missed, and we had some stupid mistakes that we could have avoided, and we want to make it better for next year. And we started to do a lot of more publicity in the university, start talking in different classes and start talking to different teachers and getting more students on board. And this big snowball has started rolling, and it still hasn't stopped. And it was essentially thanks to the European Rover Challenge and the team and the rest of the competitors, which also gave us so many good ideas and who essentially taught us how to ask for help. Because when we had prior contacted other people in our university and other businesses around us during summer, nobody really paid much attention to us, and it was mainly because our approach was flawed. We asked them if they would help us without knowing essentially how they would help us, and without having a cooperation plan, and without saying, okay, if you help us, you will have this, your logo will be in this part of the rover, or your logo will be on our website, on our social media, etc. We did none of that. We just went and asked, hey, we qualified for this, please help. And not many people answered, and we started changing our approach in this aspect, and it's worked. There's multiple master's theses and student theses that are essentially subsystems of the rover, because it's not the same to make a thesis that just a concept or a simulation in the computer, but if I can build it with my own hands and then test it on an international competition, it's much more rewarding for the student. I'm very excited for this year because I mean, compared to last year at this point we barely even knew what we had to put on the preliminary design report, and this year we have already designed all the parts, we have an inventory of all the components, and we have a much clearer concept, and we are working a lot more focused on it. I hope that we can show our work next September in Poland. Why the European Rover Challenge? Well, I mean, it was one of the competitions we found. Mainly it was because a teammate found the link and sent it to us, and we saw that it was an exciting project. There are plenty of, technical or like polytechnic universities in Spain, and so far the UPC has been the only one, which I also found surprising because, being from Europe, such a project is very enticing, I think, to robotics teams from Europe, and I don't really know why. Last year our main objective was to survive, which we barely did, and this year's goal is to, last year we got 10th place, and this year our goal is to get higher than 10th place. Basically, my goal for this year is to achieve a good baseline, because last year we also tried to do a lot of stuff, So this year what we're going for is we have already, except, okay, for example, in the maintenance task, when you have to connect an Ethernet cable, we know it's a very complicated thing. If we have time at the end, we will try, but we are not preparing for it for this year because we want to achieve a good baseline, so that next year they can grab that baseline and iterate upon it and make it better. And maybe next year, just build a better ground station, or maybe put even more subsystems or improve the subsystems that are already there. But this year, what we want to do is have something with which we can go to the competition and achieve a decent result, higher than last year, and try to at least finish every task. We are not going for perfection in every task, but we want to finish every task. And once we know we can finish every task with what we have, we can then start working to improve it for next year, for example. And that's our goal for this year. And I hope that if we can achieve it, then next year's we'll see the team reaching even higher and learning even more, because one of the goals of our association has always been two things. First, to put to use the knowledge and skills we learned during the degree, and also to transmit knowledge from older generations to newer ones. I am on the very end of my education. I'm finishing my master's degree and then I'm leaving. Before I left, I wanted to have, the younger generations that were motivated to work with us. The other team leader is much younger than me. Just like 3 or 4 years younger, almost an entire degree of difference in time. And we chose him because we saw that he was very young and he could learn from us, because there's a bunch of older guys and they can learn from us. And then when they are in our position, they can teach people like him now, younger than him. And so that this knowledge can keep being imparted. And I think that if we achieve a good baseline for this year, we can use that baseline to teach the new members how to do it, essentially. And so if we achieve a good baseline, we think that next generations of students that come to this team will be insanely much more prepared than us. Make sure to be a bit realistic on your assumptions, For example, us this year, we are not going for example, automation. Automation stuff, there's some tasks which give a lot of points to automation if the robot does it in an autonomous manner. But we know that with our knowledge and with what we have right now, it might be biting off more than we can chew. you know. So I think it's very important to be realistic. You don't need to go for all the points in every task. It's not, I mean, if you want to win and be the top number one, I mean, sure, okay, go for it. All the power to you. But I think it's important to have this mentality that you're not going there to compete against others. You are competing against yourself. The goal for the European Rover Challenge, I think, is to challenge yourself to something and to achieve it the best you can. And if you go with a mentality that, oh, we're going to be better than this team, or we're going to be better than that team, or we are going to win in this task or whatever, that's the path to disappointment. And after disappointment, you know, of course you can bounce back and start working again. Obviously, we were also disappointed last year, but since our goal was not to win this task or to get X amount of points, I think it was easier for us to bounce back after it, because our goal was to beat ourselves, you know, and our own flaws and our own limitations, and break through and just do the best we can.
Welcome to Sapienza University of Rome, Italy. Since 2022, Sapienza Technology has been advancing the development of the CC8 Rover, aiming to participate in the European Rover Challenge 2024 with its latest version. This prototype is the result of the work of 40 students, united by their passion for engineering and space exploration systems, and is led by Davide, Angelica and Stefano, the current project coordinators. Thanks to the experience gained from the previous editions, we have swiftly optimized our prototype, achieving superior performance compared to earlier versions. Participating in the European Rover Challenge provides a unique opportunity for our team to demonstrate the robustness of our systems through the undertaking of an analog mission, which would foster team growth and the consolidation of soft skills. In addition to the leadership, the team is divided into various divisions that collaborate to select the most appropriate technical and logistical solutions. The software division is responsible for designing the software to control the prototype by employing computer vision and artificial intelligence algorithms. The hardware division focuses on the mechanical design of the onboard systems and the selection and creation of components that impact the prototype's performance. The electronics division develops control schematics for the subsystems and integrates the sensors needed for scientific research activities. The science division plans the mission based on set objectives and analyzes the data collected from the scientific payload. Finally, the management division handles the logistical aspects of the project, such as risk analysis and sponsorships, to ensure high-quality standards. This year, an additional communication system that utilizes the LoRa protocol, operating on the 433 MHz band, has been introduced in addition to the Wi-Fi communication on the 5 GHz band. This system is used for manual rover control and can serve as a backup in case of malfunctions during autonomous navigation, as it supports long-range communications. It is complemented by a 5.8 GHz link to provide instant video feedback, especially during soil sample collection operations. The power circuit is designed to comply with safety standards. In fact, the prototype will be equipped with emergency lights to indicate its status during operations and 2 emergency buttons that cut off the power from the batteries, halting any operation of the rover or its systems in case of emergency. The rover's structure and rocker bogie suspension system ensures stability on uneven terrain and rocks. The behavior of the structure and suspension system has been tested under extreme conditions in laboratory and analog environments to assess motor consumption under different navigation conditions. This year, the central body has been lightened through the improvement of mobility systems using a C-shaped fork with larger wheels to enhance its capability to overcome increasingly larger obstacles. For an effective approach to the navigation task, a localization and mapping algorithm has been developed based on visual odometry provided by the stereo camera and data from the onboard IMU. A robust computer vision algorithm is used for the detection and reconstruction of Aruco tags, ensuring high accuracy over long periods. After extensive testing, the ROS packages have been adapted to the rover's dynamics and environmental conditions in a similar operational scenario. For the development of the 6 degrees of freedom manipulator currently in progress, a structure entirely made of carbon fiber was chosen, allowing the manipulator to be lighter and improving its mobility. The spherical wrist has been modified, replacing the Kevlar cable system with a differential using bevel gears driven by 2 belts from motors positioned at the elbow. Additionally, this year the team aimed to enhance its design skills by introducing cycloidal reducers, fully designed and manufactured in-house, to improve robotic arms performance in terms of torque and precision. This robotic arm represents a significant advancement over last year's solution due to numerous innovations in the sensors and software domains. The primary goal of these enhancements is to achieve full autonomy in task completion. We've added encoders at each joint, complementing the existing motor-level encoders, enabling a dual control loop for precise management at both motor and joint levels. Furthermore, we've optimized essential components for the maintenance task, enhancing on-device, digit and object recognition while minimizing workstation communication for a more robust connection. Lastly, we've improved the ARM's manual control interface to ensure task completion under any circumstance. The chosen site for the mission is Valles Marineris, an area of significant scientific interest for our team of geologists. They aim to investigate the combined effects of tectonic and erosive factors, likely caused by water and ice, that have shaped its current morphology. Using satellite imagery, they have identified points of interest for further study, particularly focusing on fault lines and drainage areas. By programming a route for the rover to collect samples with systems designed in collaboration with the Hardware Structure Division, they also intend to assess the impact of past water presence in regions showing significant erosion. The planned route will enable the rover to photograph small drainage channels not visible in satellite images. The rover's scientific payload includes a deep sampling system, currently under development, capable of collecting samples from depths exceeding 20 centimeters, ensuring stratification for scientific studies. Finally, for the analysis of surface samples, a system has been designed to collect approximately 10 grams of regolith. For the droning task, we decided to design and develop a custom solution. While we have already implemented a quadrotor scheme at the structural level, the guidance, control, and navigation algorithms are currently being developed using MATLAB and Simulink, leveraging the latest libraries and packages related to UAVs.
DJ's Antariksh is the official Martian rover team of Dwarkadas J. Sangvi College of Engineering, which is situated in Mumbai, India. And this team was founded at the start of 2020. So 4 of my seniors had got the first idea of this competition called ERC, which took place in Poland. At that point, even they were unaware of what exactly happened in the competition. They'd heard about it and they came up with the idea that we should start something and we should participate. Further researching, they found out that this is one of the biggest space and robotics competition that happens all over the world. With that kind of an approach towards the competition, they approached the faculties ahead of department, and accordingly then they got the approvals for the same, for setting up a team which can aim towards rover competitions. Once all the approval from the college and everything was done, then the team was founded and recruitment was held so that we could take new members, younger generations into the team. Like I was one of those younger generation who came into the team at that point. So even I had no idea at that point. We just knew what a rover was and how exactly we could go about it, how we could build it. We had no clue until then. Our first full team meet, everyone was so excited that we were working on a new project and something that was going to be built from scratch. Like from our end as well, all the research that goes into it, all the technicalities, all the project development stages, everything from scratch without any idea in mind. And we were also excited. The first session was just brilliant that we had as a full team. 2 or 3 days after that, immediate the entire state was in lockdown. We weren't allowed to go out of our houses. That was something that we didn't expect at all at that point in time. There was a huge motivation drop all around, not just as seniors, amongst our juniors as well, that what will happen now. The team is just founded. We are just starting off with a project. We have no prior experience, no prior knowledge about how to build anything close to a rover. And yet there's such a situation that we cannot go offline, we cannot work even offline. All we have is coming online on a meet and working together. So all of this, I still remember there were weeks after that we weren't able to work because firstly there was no communication, there was a communication gap because we weren't able to meet. Then secondly, because it was such a dire situation, what happened for the first time after such a long period of time, even our seniors were confused as how do we progress, how do we bring the team back together, this entire loss of motivation that is there all over the entire team, how do we give them hope that we can still go ahead with this, we can still work on this project. So they consulted our faculties, our HODs and everyone, and from our faculties and HODs they suggested that you at least try, you give your best, if nothing at least gain the experience, gain the knowledge that you can. Pandemic is such a situation that you cannot expect what is going to happen next. You cannot expect that there will be a particular time where you'll be able to work offline. Keeping one mindset in mind that you have started this, you go ahead with it, you keep your team together, you stick to your team. Having that in mind, within a few weeks or so, we started with online meets. Initial stages were mainly focused on research. We had no idea how to go ahead with manufacturing and everything at that point. Because we had just started a research on what a rover is in general. We didn't even have that idea at that point. It was quite a tough time for the entire team because right from basic subsystems to complicated subsystems like the robotic arm, we had to build everything from scratch, collect funds at the same time. In the pandemic situation, a lot of organizations were hit. So at that point, funding and all procurement of resources were also a problem. I remember the first component we were actually able to procure was 1.5 years down the line after, that is 2021. So I'll come to that part a bit later. But at the start, it was quite a challenge. We had no idea what types of systems are there because we weren't able to interact with anyone offline. And there are a lot of limitations when it comes to online meets and everything. How we exactly communicate with each other, how we do research, how we discuss stuff with each other. There are a lot of places where we go wrong. There are a lot of places where our discussion cannot go properly because there's an essence to an offline meet which cannot be accomplished on an online meet. All of these things were something that was a tough time for all of us. It was quite a bit of a challenge. So we still tried to keep the entire team together. We tried to hold sessions where we could discuss about international competition, something apart from this, something related to space and robotics, so that people could renew their hope and renew their interest in working towards this project. At that point, actually, the registrations for ERC had begun for 2020. It was announced at that point in March, April-ish that the competition was going to be offline. And knowing our situation and how worse it had become in India, we had kind of predicted that we won't be able to work anytime soon offline on the project. So we'll at least try our best we'll at least try and see if we can qualify for the competition. If all the documents and everything that is required for qualification, is that something that we are capable of doing, or is that something that we need to work on from scratch? As it was a new competition, as we didn't have any prior experience, right from understanding the rule book, I still remember reading the rule book in tens of sessions, reading it so many times that rules were memorized by us, score tables were memorized by us, because we wanted to understand the rule book to such an extent that we could give our 100% in the reports that we deliver. And then ultimately it would be dependent from ERC whether we can qualify or not. We didn't want to leave any stone unturned while applying for, while registering, while submitting PDRs, while submitting FDRs for the competition. The first FDR, the first PDR that we submitted, 2020, we had such an uncertainty throughout. We didn't know if the risk that we had planned was correct. We didn't know if the technical requirements were correct, the assumptions were correct. We didn't know if the systems actually come together the way we are thinking they come together. But still, we went ahead with it and we submitted. And to our surprise, we did qualify for the competition. But again, major challenge was how do we work on the rover offline? As soon as the pandemic hit, maybe within a month or so, we started coming together on meets and we started discussing. We had realized that coming together offline and working on a project is not just relevant to the physical project. A lot of other things also depends on it, like the documentation that you make, the plans that you set for the team. All of these things are also dependent on you all working together as a team and working offline. One of the major challenges that we faced was the communication gap that was there in between because of not meeting offline and working on it. We had to, I remember we had to sit for hours on a particular point just discussing how it would be. Like for example, I remember in the PDR when we were doing risk analysis, we had not made a wheel until then. We had not even seen a wheel, how the wheel of a rover is in real life. What are the various factors that go into the making of a wheel? What are all the other things that go into it, right from the research to the development stage. I remember we were sitting on the risk analysis part of the wheels for the rover while preparing the PDR, and we had no clue as to like we had jotted down some points that these could be the probable case of how a wheel could react to a particular situation that may come in the competition, or this may be a particular risk that might come our way during the preparation or during the competition. But there were times when we were just blank because we didn't even have a wheel in front of us. We were at our homes on an online meet. Like typically when we are working offline, if we are stuck somewhere, even if it's preparing some content for reports, if we are stuck somewhere, we try to build it. We try to build a prototype version of it or something small scale and try to make it work so that we can see what are all the problems that come into it. And maybe that is something that we can inculcate in our reports. But that is something that we were unable to do at that point, and that was a major challenge for us, that everything that we had prepared, everything was all out of our imagination, all out of our technical skills up till that point, all out of our logical reasoning, trying to imagine all the risks, all the factors of safety that we can take during the entire project. All of these things have gone into it. So I would say our major work during this thing was exhausting our imaginative side of how we could imagine it, how we could see it working, how we could see the problems which could come, how we could try to fix it. So that was one of the major challenges that we faced when it comes to specific to the remote competition, and we were unable to work offline. We only had the option of working online. So that was one of the major challenges. Apart from that, we didn't have anything with us at that point because, like I said, as the team started, everything was shut down for us. So we didn't even have a bolt in our hand to see what all could happen with a bolt and a nut. So it was just, I mean, I can't put it in words. It was just a tough time for us. Brainstorming on ideas, hours and hours of us, of just brainstorming on stuff that we ourselves are uncertain of. This is one of the major reasons which brought the entire uncertainty factor for us in the competition, that we didn't know if we could qualify. We didn't know if our reports were up to the mark which are required by the competition. As the competition progressed by June, July or something, ERC themselves announced that it's going to be a virtual competition because of the entire pandemic situation. So that was a point of relief for us, that even though our rover is not ready, we can at least still participate, we can at least still learn from the competition. As the documents progressed, as we got a clearer idea of what exactly is expected from us in the competition, we weren't expecting much during the first year of the competition. We were only expecting that we get to learn something where all we can work on ourselves, how better we can build the project, how better we can improve our documents. And with that mindset, we had participated. But during the competition for the navigation task, maintenance, and everything, there's quite a big of difference in terms of the locations, in terms of the resources available. We had lots of connection issues, we had lots of controller connectivity issues, we had pings going up to 1000 ms, and there were like 6-7 seconds of lag between our connection from here and them actually being performed there, the commands. So it was quite a ride during the entire thing of ups and downs during the entire competition. But that experience was just unparalleled to anything. We got to learn a lot of things. We interacted with a few other teams during this entire period. We got to know their side of the story, how exactly do they apply, how exactly do they plan their. The competition turned out to be good from our end. We came third globally in our first year, 2020, even though not having worked on the rover, and we also were able to secure the Best Science Planning Award for the first year. I remember all of us sitting in a room and just bursting out in tears because we were so overwhelmed by the result. We didn't even expect that we would get a podium finish because it was everything was uncertain at that point. But we did get clarity because of the entire experience through the competition. We did get clarity that this is how the competition progresses. This is what is expected of us. We did make a lot of mistakes along the way, but we still stood together as a team and we still worked on them. Remote formula is quite a replication of how actual systems in various space agencies work. Like they control rovers and everything based there on Mars with the data that they receive. So it's quite a similar situation where everything is reliant on the technology that is sent there. If there is something that fails over there or something, there is nothing that can be done from here. So that is something crucial to remote. I feel it's a different approach. It's something that is well thought of. It's very well planned by ERC, and it gives us real life experience of how you can control something which is in a remote location with the technologies that are available and with the technologies that you yourself can build and work upon. In terms of learning, there is a huge scope for learning, may it be from software side, may it be from the integration side, may it be from the planning of the entire tasks. Like when it comes to the navigation task or when it comes to maintenance task, even in real life applications of rovers on Mars, there's a particular time period in which you're supposed to do a particular task. Or if it's a rover that is being sent for exploration purposes, there is a pre-planned path that the rover is sent with, or a pre-planned notion in mind that this rover is set for this particular region on Mars and it is supposed to explore this region and find out all of these things. This is very well inculcated in the science and navigation task in ERC, where we are supposed to submit a similar type of plan before the competition. It's a wonderful experience when it comes to learning, when it comes to transfer of knowledge, when it comes to professionalism while working towards a project, when it comes to an actual experience of how a space mission is, even though it's on Earth. But the challenges that we have to face, technologies that are available to us, the limitations that we have are something very similar to actual Mars missions, and that is something that I think is very well inculcated in ERC. Pandemic situation had worsened by that period of time. By ERC ended September, October, or December, the pandemic situation was way worse. There were new variants and everything coming, so we weren't able to work offline even then. By that time, we had built our own designs for the rover, but since we had not worked on any manufacturing techniques offline, worked on any projects per se offline, we didn't have any idea if those designs that we had made would actually inculcate into real life and we would be able to work on them without any problems. Like when I personally, when I joined the team, I was still in the first year of my degree, so I had not worked on manufacturing technologies or any other technologies, any space related technologies during that period. Procurement of resources was something that was very difficult for us because some of the technologies that we use or like we currently use are something that we have to import from outside. Given the pandemic situation, there was a limit on that as well. We could not go ahead with importing. We weren't able to place orders. We weren't able to order components. So our ordering of components and everything began in mid 2021, not before that, because approximately around April, June or something, the pandemic situation started loosening over here. We were able to come offline. We were able to meet. I still remember a time when it had just ended and we had designs in mind. We had a flow in mind that, okay, these are the particular things that we need to take, we need to buy. These are the particular technologies that we need to buy so that we can start working on all the departments, on all the fronts. There's this one particular incident I'd like to share. There were these bearings by SKF that we were planning to buy, and we were so excited. It was the first time we were going to go offline and we were going to actually ask someone that we are a student team and if we can buy these bearings from you. And a group of us, we came together, we went there, and we realized SKF themselves were a bit unoperational during that time. We were unable to buy those bearings that time. So all of these offline experiences that we had after the opening of pandemic, that was around 1.5 years after the team was founded, we got to learn a lot of things from there, because up till that point, while we were working on the designs, while we were working on the documentation part, we had been working from such an aspect that whatever technologies are available on the internet, we would be able to find those technologies offline. But that was something that is not true. We had designed our systems in such a way that we would be able to use all the technologies. But when we actually went offline with the designs, we found out that these technologies are not available, or maybe they are available, but the people who are operating them, they have another orders on their own hands and they aren't able to work currently with us. They aren't able to help us. So because of these procurement of resources, when it comes to components, ordering of components, there's a delay in components. The components are unavailable. When it comes to importing components, there's another delay in importing because there's customs and everything that is involved in all of those things. So it was quite some experiences that we had during this entire period. We had applied, it was during the pandemic situation that we had applied, and ERC had released at the start itself that 2021 will be both on-site and remote. We'll apply for both. We had an experience, 1 year experience in remote, so we can definitely, if not achieve those positions, at least we can try our best. We can learn new stuff out of remote, and we can definitely try for on-site, because at that point we didn't know what the pandemic situation would be at the start of 2021. We got qualified for both the formulae. After that, we had the test drives for remote. After test drives, we qualified. We came in the list for the finalists for ERC 2021 for both remote and on-site. But unfortunately, up till mid 2021, we weren't even able to meet offline, because of which our rover was not ready. By the end of August or by the end of July, we had to tell ERC with a very heavy heart that we won't be able to come offline, even though we had qualified, and so that they could give the chance to some other team who is prepared with their rover and who could come to the competition and perform. That was a pretty big breakdown point for us, that we had done everything we could and we had qualified for the competition, but because our rover was not ready, we were unable to come to the competition. We focused on remote. We diverted all our resources towards remote for 2021, and we got pretty good results there as well. We won the competition. We secured the best navigation and best science planning award during ERC 2021. So the experience up till ERC 2021 has been great. We have learned a lot of things along the way. We had learned a lot of things from our mistakes, where we can work on, what are all the things that we can work on, how exactly do we proceed. During this entire period of time, we have communicated with a lot of teams from India, outside of India, how they work on their projects. At the start, we knew that there was science requirement from the competition, so we had set up a team specifically to work on the science aspect. They had started right from the basics, like what is a crater, what is a volcanic eruption, what are the things that go into a volcanic eruption. After hours and hours of research, hundreds of research papers, searching for research papers online, maybe if we were able to go to a library, or maybe if you go to somewhere where we could look at encyclopedias, where we could look at other methods of information, maybe if you could contact a professor who has some experience in these scientific exploration areas. That entire team was focusing purely on the science aspect when it came to research. So we had gone through JMARS, Google Earth, lots of research papers, all the other softwares that go into searching all of these things. We had zoomed in 200 times into the landscape of Mars on JMARS or any other, to an extent where a laptop could not take it and would just crash. There have been lots of instances like this where we have, at the most minute detail, like we have even in craters, if we know this is a crater, we would still zoom in, we would still research about each particular, like if there's a particular, let's say, a division of border on the crater. At that point, we didn't know that it could be a graben or it could be something else. It could be fluvial activities or anything. So at that point, we just knew that there is some deformity over here and we need to find out what this particular thing is. So we would now start searching on deformities on the Mars yard, deformities on actual Mars. We would try to look for other examples throughout that particular region of such examples, and we would try to correlate them, their location, what would go into all of this. I would say our majority of time has gone in researching on finding out research papers, finding out, trying to gain knowledge from any resource possible, trying to get a full understanding of how that particular geological feature was formed from the scratch, like thousands of years back, how it is formed and how it has progressed, how it has changed. We have thoroughly searched softwares when it came to JMARS, Google Earth, all of these softwares, looking at various landscapes, and that has really helped us make our reports up to the mark. Like the moment we got, like I remember the moment we got the elevation model for 2021 science, like within the first 10 minutes, we were able to recognize almost 7 to 8 features on the Mars yard. And after that, we knew that these 7 to 8 features are something which are there, which we can see. So these are something that are finalized by us, and now we only need to work on the other features that are present on the Mars yard apart from these 7 to 10 features. So the science team at that point was ready to that stage that they could finalize on certain features that they could see. Obviously, there were challenges there because the ERC had prepared such a model that there was a combination of 2 or more features which we were unable to find on JMARS and everything, even though we looked everywhere, literally. But that is something that really brought excitement, really brought challenge to the thing, and it really made it fun for us as well to look, to cry about it, to laugh about it, and all of those things. So yes, I would say the research and planning part of it is what helped us the most for the science task, at least. We started manufacturing by the end of 2021 because there was a lot of delay when it came to procurement of resources. Over here, it's not easily available. All the components and everything is not easily available. We have to find them, we have to finalize and everything. There was a point where we had to redesign our entire rover because, like I said, when we actually started meeting offline in 2021, there were a lot of new things that came to light, a lot of new technologies that could not be used from our end, either because of the fact that they were very expensive or because of the fact that they do not work exactly the way we intended them to work, the way we were seeing them, that these things could be manufactured from these technologies. Turns out it's a very difficult task and it's something that cannot be relied upon. So we could not go ahead with those. So we had to redesign a lot of our subsystems. I remember we had a proper flow for the wheels planned before going offline, but then we had to redesign our entire wheels. We had to redesign parts of a suspension. We had to redesign a major part of a robotic arm because of.
Welcome back after the break during the very last day of European Rover Challenge 2024. It's my great pleasure to invite on stage our last keynote speaker, Swati Mohan from NASA JPL, who will talk about Mars 2020 from launch to landing. Swati, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Awesome. Thank you for having me. I'm super excited to be here at the European Rover Challenge. I got a chance to walk out on the Mars yard over here and see the different rover experiments, and it was really engaging to see the students working towards building a goal. It reminded me so much of what it took for us to build the Perseverance rover. Now, the challenges here at the European Rover Challenge have been primarily focused on what the rover would do when it's on Mars. But today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about why we went to Mars with the Perseverance rover, and then the part that we haven't really talked about of getting to Mars. You know, there are a lot of different challenges in the space industry. The rover challenge is one of them, of how do you build a vehicle to do the autonomous behavior of sampling and mobility. But another big challenge that we've had is just how to get to Mars. You know, Mars is our closest neighbor, and it's similar to Earth in that it has an atmosphere like Earth does. The gravity is about the size of Earth, but it's just far enough to make it a little bit difficult. The atmosphere is just thick enough that you have to account for it, otherwise you might burn up and not get to the surface, but it's not thick enough like Earth where it actually slows you down. So these are all different challenges of how do we get from Earth to Mars to get our rover to the ground safely in order to do its actual mission. So in the first place, when we talk about rovers or science experiments, the main thing we need to talk about first is why. Why are we sending these robotic missions to another planet? What do we hope to learn that would be beneficial for us as humans here on Earth? You know, the first exploration of Mars happened back in the 1970s. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory and NASA sent a series of spacecraft called the Mariner spacecraft to visit Mars. You know, back in those days, when they sent the spacecraft to Mars, we only knew what we could see of it from Earth. And we could see a vision of Mars. We saw canals of what looked like canals across Mars. And the first thought of humans here on Earth was, well, they look like canals that we maybe have here. So maybe there are Martians who actually dug those canals, and there's people there in cities, and that's what we're seeing. So there was a lot of excitement in sending those first missions to Mars because there was a hope that, you know, we would find a planet that was somewhat like ours. We got there, and the first images that came back were not of cities or civilizations, but of a very dry, barren, lifeless, basically what looked to us to be lifeless planet. So then it was like, oh, now there's no Martians, let's go find somewhere else. And then there was a whole campaign to explore the solar system. And for a long time, that was it. There was not that much more exploration of Mars. And then in the 1990s, in the late 90s, NASA decided to go back to Mars. But this time, it didn't go back with an expectation of what it would see. It went with the plan of what it wanted to do and what it wanted to find. And the idea was, compared to all the celestial bodies that we had now explored in the solar system, Mars is still as similar as we can get to of Earth. So the idea was, well, we really want to know if there is life elsewhere in the solar system. The implications of that answer would be profound for our society. Could we actually prove that we are not alone in the universe? And that's a very big question, admittedly, and it takes a lot of data, and we may not be able to get to the answer, but we thought, well, maybe our first best chance to answer it is to look to Mars and see if our closest neighbor that maybe used to be like Earth could give us some clues as to whether that was the case or not. But are pictures of a very dry, barren planet. It's not like we had the remnants of a city that we could go, oh, here are some fossils, here's a city, that must mean there are people there. We had to come up with a plan of what it would mean to look for life elsewhere in the solar system. So the first thought was, here on Earth, almost all life is close to water of some sort, whether it's oceans or rivers or lakes. There is water and is almost necessary for all life that we find on this planet. So the idea was, well, maybe that should be our first tiny little step. Let's see if we can find the water. So that was the first main goal here of the Mars exploration plan. So when we went back in the 90s, it wasn't with a plan of just doing a one-off mission. It was, we're going to try to set us up for finding the signs of life on another planet. We're first going to find the water. And if we can find the water, then maybe that'll lead us to areas where it's not just water, but it's the building blocks for life, those advanced molecules like the carbons and the nitrogens that we see in life forms here. Maybe we can find those molecules there, and then they would lead us to maybe fossil evidence of things that were created by life. This is the plan for NASA. Now, there's a whole bunch of missions here, and I admit this slide is a little bit out of date. A whole bunch of missions, because it wasn't just, we're only going to do this with rovers. In order to find the water, to follow the water, to be able to go to different areas, we really need a comprehensive plan. So NASA put together a plan that not just involved rovers, but also landers and orbiters. So from these multiple perspectives, with the orbiters having a global perspective of all of Mars, and the landers having a very detailed perspective of just one part of Mars, and the rovers kind of filling the gap in between of going to one area but being able to scout out a little bit more. We thought we could piece together enough to find a path forward to finding life. Now, I'm only going to talk about the rovers today, since we are here at the European Rover Challenge. And the very first rover was actually a very tiny rover. It was with the Mars Pathfinder mission. Pathfinder itself was a lander, but it carried with it a technology demonstration, which was the Sojourner rover, which you can see here on the tiny bottom here. Sojourner was the size of a cereal box or so kind of like a baby rover. And the entire purpose of Sojourner was, can we rove on Mars? Can we drive on Mars? Will the wheels sink? Will they actually move forward? Can we get any grip? So it didn't have any science equipment. It just had a little bit of a solar panel and a radio to talk back to Pathfinder. And all it did was drive around a little bit to a nearby rock and then come back. But the success of Sojourner, that proved that we could actually drive on Mars, which had never been done before at that point, led to NASA thinking, well, if we can drive on Mars, then maybe we don't need the lander, just put everything in the rover and drive the whole suite of instruments around. That led to the Spirit and Opportunity rovers, twin rovers, because twice is always better than once. They landed on different parts of Mars a few months apart, and they were able to actually find evidence of past water on Mars almost immediately after landing on Mars. They called it almost a hole-in-one from the Earth, because as soon as they got there, just the landing spot itself, when Opportunity looked around, it saw signs of past water on Mars. Now, water is a tricky thing, right? On Earth, water comes in many different forms, right? If you've been to the salt mine here in Krakow, there's a whole salt lake down there in the mines. There's acidic water in different parts of the Earth. What life needs, or what most life needs, is the neutral liquid water that is that doesn't react very much, that supports that life. So we found the water, but not quite the water that we wanted to. So it was a matter of going and continuing to find the water. But over the course of the Spirit and Opportunity missions, they were designed to last only 90 days on Mars, but they ended up lasting years, actually more than a decade on Mars. And over that lifetime, they found conclusive proof of evidence of past liquid water on Mars that was in the neutral spectrum. And they didn't find this by actually like finding a lake or a river. They found this by finding the evidence of what water would have caused. So things like smooth pebbles that would have only been caused by liquid water running over the pebbles time and time again over years in order to create that smoothness. These are the type of evidence that these rovers are looking for. So now going back to our plan here, so with Sojourner, we proved that we could actually use rovers as a way of exploration. With the Spirit and Opportunity rovers here in the 2003-2004, we actually found the water that we thought we were looking for over the course of its mission. So the next big mission was the Curiosity rover in 2011. Curiosity was not just going to find the water, but it was going to find the building blocks for life. Now, Curiosity, in order to do this, had to actually carry its own laboratory on its back, basically. So you can see it's much bigger than Spirit and Opportunity. Spirit and Opportunity come, the top of the mast here on Spirit and Opportunity come up about 5 feet, about here. Curiosity and also Perseverance are much bigger, much broader. They wanted to actually do a long-term experiment, so not for 90 days, but over a year or two on Mars at the minimum. So instead of solar panels, they had a nuclear power pack, basically, as what their battery was. And this provided energy regardless of whether there was dust storms or solar power. This was all great. Curiosity was a huge step up in terms of rovers. The biggest problem was it was much, much bigger than anything we had ever landed on Mars before. The Viking missions had landed from, were a pair of missions where there was an orbiter and then the lander part. So they actually had a pretty soft release because they released from Martian orbit. But when we got to the Pathfinder mission, NASA was like, no, we want to get there more cheaply, more effectively. So we're going to ditch the crew stage and we're going to come straight from Earth to Mars and land directly on the surface of Mars. So for Pathfinder, Spirit, and Opportunity, the grand plan was to cover the rover in balloons in order to land safely on Mars. So we come screaming in at interplanetary speeds, release a big supersonic parachute in order to slow us down, which does work on Mars because we have an atmosphere. Unfortunately, it doesn't get us slow enough that we can land safely at those speeds. It's still very fast because the atmosphere is just not thick enough for the parachute to slow us down. So in order to be safe when we're coming in on those parachute speeds, we used a few rockets to just slow us down a little bit. And then on this rope, the rover was lowered, and then we would inflate these balloons after lowering it, cut the rope, and then the balloon encased rover would drop to the ground and then bounce and bounce and bounce and bounce until it finally came to a stop. The rover itself would pop the balloons, puncture the balloons from the inside, balloons would deflate, and the rover would drive happily off on its way. Now that worked great for Spirit, Opportunity, and Pathfinder. Did not work for Curiosity. And primarily because when you put a big, big rover inside this balloon encased, we couldn't make the balloons strong enough that when they impacted the surface, when they hit the surface going that fast with that big of a rover, that they wouldn't just pop automatically. There was enough little rocks on the floor scattered around that any little rock, the tiny sharpness of that would just pop the balloon from the outside because of the speed at which it is crashing onto the surface. So they had to invent a completely new system for Curiosity. Some of you may have seen it, and this is called the sky crane maneuver, where instead of dropping the rover, cutting the bridle and letting it bounce, the rover is actually lowered until its wheels touch the ground safely before it goes off. Now that the same system is used for Curiosity and Perseverance. Worked very well for 2 landings. Perseverance, though, did need one major upgrade to that, and it was because of where on Mars we wanted to go for Perseverance. Now, Pathfinder, Spirit, Opportunity, and even Curiosity had landed basically in the parking lot, the nice, flat, empty space on Mars that was next to the science that the scientists wanted to see. Because scientists and engineers don't always agree of what is interesting or safe. So this is a map, a color-fixed map of Jezero Crater. This is where Perseverance landed on Mars. When scientists look at this map, they see all sorts of interesting things that they want to go explore. So the reason Jezero is exciting is because we think it was an ancient lake on Mars for many thousands of years. The rim of that lake is in this side of the image. And then you can see what looks like a river channel that's actually flowing in to this basin. It has a delta here, and then there's this cliff-like portion. So if you've ever been to a beach or to a very deep lake, you walk out on the beach, and then it's pretty shallow for a while, and then it suddenly gets very deep, right? Your foot goes down and it gets very deep. That's basically what this cliff is. So the bottom part here is what you would consider the very deep part of the lake. These are the shallows of that lake, and then this is the river inlet flow. This is all exciting because with one landing area, which is this white circle here, that's the targeted area that we wanted Perseverance to land on, you could get to all of these different types of features. You could pick rocks from the bottom of the lake bed. You could get the sediment from the nice shores of the lake, and potentially even drive up these channels to get the river rocks up here. So scientists, very excited. They had actually proposed this for Curiosity, but the engineer said, no, you can't land here. This is a 300-meter cliff. If you land your rover, and this white circle represents anywhere that the lander can land in, because that's our accuracy of how well we can target Mars from here on Earth. If you land on this cliff, you're dead. You might fall off. If you land here in this area, these are sand dunes that the rover can't drive out of. If you land over here, these are rock fields of rocks that are big enough to hurt the rover, but not big enough for us to see from orbit. So we can't guarantee that it's safe. So for Curiosity, the engineers were like, no, you're not landing here. So they picked a different place, which is Gale Crater, which is basically a nice, flat, smooth parking lot next to Mount Sharp, which was the science that they wanted to go. But Perseverance is the first leg of Mars sample return. Ideally, the samples that Perseverance collects will one day come back to Earth here that we can analyze. Because in all our quests to find the signs of past life, Spirit and Opportunity found the water. Curiosity actually found all of the building blocks for life. It found the carbons, the nitrogens, all of the ingredients that you need for life. We found all of the pieces of that. So Perseverance's job, given that we found the water, we found all the ingredients, was to find if there were signs of past life. So these samples are excessively important. Imagine if you got one chance to come to Earth. You're an alien species. You got one chance to come to Earth, and you had to pick a spot to see whether there was life. If you went to a spot and you can only drive around for a few hundred meters. It's not like you can fly around and go to different places. If you picked a spot in the Atacama Desert or on an ice shelf in Antarctica, the stuff you see around there is going to tell you that there's no life on Earth, because you're not going to be able to find it. So going to a place that has the best chance of finding the preserved signs of life was really important. But the engineers were like, well, but you don't want a broken rover at the end of the landing. You need it to still work. So what can we do to ensure that Perseverance lands safely in this very, very challenging regime? And to do this, we actually created a whole new technology that hadn't been flown on Mars in that way, called terrain relative navigation, which I will get to in a little bit when I talk about the landing. So now we have our why of why we're going to Mars. We have our where of where we're going to Jezero Crater and why. Now we have to actually design Perseverance. So it took about 8 years to design Perseverance. We started basically just after Curiosity landed. We took a lot from Curiosity. So Perseverance and Curiosity are very closely related, much like big brother, little brother, big sister, little sister type of relationship. There are 4 phases in a mission that I'll talk about. For the European Rover Challenge, a lot of you have been focusing on this last phase, which is the surface mission. How do you actually traverse around? How do you go find the samples? How do you do that autonomously? I'm going to talk a little bit today about the first 3 phases. So while this is the important scientific part and it lasts the longest, it cannot happen without successfully getting to Mars. So you need to launch. This is getting off the surface of Earth. You need to get to Mars through interstellar space, and then you need to land on Mars. So get from interstellar space down to the surface of the ground. So to give you a little context, there's a lot of equipment and hardware and parts of a spacecraft that are required to get it to the surface of the ground that is not the rover, right? So the rover in this picture is this tiny part that is nestled in this cocoon of all of the other parts of the spacecraft. And you can, so this picture on my right, on your left, is the actual spacecraft just before it was buttoned up and put into the launch vehicle. And you can see the Perseverance rover all tucked up with its wheels tucked up inside the back shell here. So the other parts of this spacecraft are for the other phases of the mission after launch. So the top portion of this is called the cruise stage. So this is the part, is basically an almost separate spacecraft that was built that attaches onto the top. And this has all of the instruments and sensors to navigate in interplanetary space to get from Earth to Mars. So it's meant to operate outside in the vacuum of space. The other parts of this is in order to land Perseverance safely. So given that we come really, really fast into the Martian atmosphere, we generate a lot of heat from that as part of the impact of the rover in the atmosphere of Mars. So the bottom part of this, the gold aspect that you can see here and here, that's the heat shield that protects us protects the rover from the atmosphere as it comes in. The top part of this is called the back shell. As part of this back shell, when it's all closed, it forms an entry capsule that kind of cocoons the rover so that it's not exposed to that high environment and protects it as it's coming into the atmosphere. That back shell also carries the parachute with it. So in this top little cone cut out, the parachute is all completely like folded in and that gets released during landing itself. And then the final part is this is called the powered descent vehicle. It is basically the jetpack of the rover. So because Mars's atmosphere is not quite thick enough to slow down all the way with the parachute, and because for Perseverance and Curiosity, we wanted to land in a very specific place and with a specific velocity, we couldn't do the bouncing around that Spirit and Opportunity could had. We actually have a jetpack that once you get slow enough, the back shell is released and the jetpack flies the rover over to where it wants it to touch down, actually lowers the rover on a series of bridles until the rover is safely on the ground, and then it cuts the bridles and then it goes and crashes elsewhere on Mars. So at the end of the landing sequence, even though this is all the stuff that gets launched from Earth, the only thing that is left intact on the surface of Mars is the rover itself. Everything else is jettisoned and released and goes and crashes different places on Mars, except the rover itself. To give a size context, one of these trusses that's holding the heat shield, that's about the size of a person. So all of this is packaged together and sealed up, and this is the whole crew stage and entry capsule all put together. You can see a sense of scale. There's a large cabinet here, so a person would be about partway up this side. This now even looks smaller because it goes into the launch vehicle. This is the fairing of the launch vehicle. So then we put this inside this big fairing and then close it and put this part on top of the rocket, which is here. So that whole part that you saw then gets put on the very tippy top of this rocket. Perseverance launched successfully on July 30th. 2020 during the middle of a global pandemic. It was a very exciting launch. We had to do things completely differently given the pandemic, and we couldn't all be in mission control. And then about 10 minutes before they hit the button for launch, we have an earthquake also in mission control. So that was fun of having to do both at once. But we, even given the pandemic, we had a couple of delays with fueling of the rockets. We managed to sort all of that out and still launch in the targeted window in 2020, which was excessively important. It is not easy to get from Earth to Mars. And there are very nice opportunities that come up, but you have to time it right. So getting to Earth to Mars is like having a slingshot and a rock, which is your spacecraft, and trying to hit a target, except you're moving, the target's moving at different speeds, and you have to make sure you know how strong your slingshot is, that's the rocket, how big and massive your rock is, that's your spacecraft, in order to say whether you can use this opportunity, the timing being right, to get from Earth to Mars when all the pieces are moving. Perseverance managed to fit in that nice narrow space to get a type 1 trajectory. So those of you who may have had a little bit of astrodynamics, this is called a Hohmann transfer. And basically what that means is this is the shortest trip that you can make from Earth to Mars. And that's because you're only doing a half loop around the solar system. There are other trajectories that will take, type 2 gives you 1 loop around the solar system. Type 4 gets you 1.5 loops around the solar system. But if you can, it's ideal to take the quickest way, because that means you're at your destination quicker. That means you're in space for a less amount of time. Space is a very challenging environment. The longer you're there, the more surprises that you might get. So we were really aiming to launch in this opportunity. There was only 3 weeks out of this year in 2020 that we could launch and still hit this trajectory. And if we missed those 3 weeks, we'd have to wait about 26 months before that opportunity came again. So you can imagine how grateful we were that we actually got off the ground despite pandemic, despite earthquakes preventing it. So it took about 6 months, a little over 6 months, to get from Earth to Mars. So this was where Earth was at the time that we launched, and this is where Mars was. And then this is where Mars was when we actually got there and where Earth was. So a little bit of a slingshot, but our rock is not just a dumb, massive rock. It does have the ability to correct itself. So even if our launch vehicle, our slingshot, wasn't super precise, we actually have the opportunity to maneuver ourselves in space to make sure that we hit Mars where we want to be. Perseverance used what's called a fixed arrival date, which meant despite what day we launched over that 3 weeks, we had designed all of the maneuvers for these 3 such that we knew we were going to land one way or the other on February 18th, 2021. So it's an incredible feeling to know, 6 years before the actual day when your job will end. So 8 years of working on this mission, 6 years of us knowing what day that will be. We actually had a pretty smooth ride over those 6 months. We used the first trajectory correction maneuver. This was in order to clean up whatever the launch vehicle may or may not have done correctly. Trajectory correction number 2, these two, between 2 and 3, they're used to actually target Mars. So we kind of split it up into 2 burns just to get a little bit more efficiency. So with the third one, we targeted Mars. These last 3 are just in case like stuff was going off course and we needed to correct it. For Perseverance, that didn't actually happen. So with the third one that was over 60 days before landing, we were right on course all the way to the very end. 300 million miles over 6.5 months to get to landing day. Now, landing day is also sometimes called the 7 minutes of terror. And this is because it takes 7 minutes for the vehicle to get from the top of the atmosphere, where we call entry, to the bottom safely. But Earth and Mars are so far apart at this time that it actually takes light about 11 minutes to get from Mars to Earth. Now, all of our information about Perseverance travels at the speed of light from Mars to Earth. But that means that any information that we get is delayed by those 11 minutes of how long it took for the information to travel at the speed of light from Mars to Earth. When your landing is only 7 minutes, that means by the time you hear that it's at the top of the atmosphere, it's already on the ground. It's really actually already on the ground, either successful or not. You just don't know, but you won't hear about it for another few minutes. So because of that, there's no way to joystick it. I know some of you in the European Rover Challenge, you have the option, right, to be able to joystick it and stand there and figure out what it needed to do. We don't have that option. So about an hour to 2 hours before it's supposed to hit the top of the atmosphere, we actually turn off the transmitter. At this time, even if it wanted to, Perseverance is just not listening to the ground. It's not going to hear us. It's not going to do what we say. Everything from that point on is completely autonomous. Over 500,000 lines of code, over 6 configurations that it needs to go through from the top of the atmosphere to the ground, 180 pyrotechnic devices, explosions basically, that need to happen, all in perfect sequence over those 7 minutes in order to get to the ground safely. So about 10 minutes before we hit the top of the atmosphere, the first thing that happens is we jettison the cruise stage. So the part that's gotten us from Earth to Mars, that's the first thing that we say goodbye to. So that goes off. Now, during cruise, we had actually been spinning like a top to keep ourselves pointed really well. But now that we're coming into Mars, we spin down, we undo that spin, and we actually turn in order to get to the right attitude to enter the Martian atmosphere. We eject some balance masses. We basically throw some masses off, and this is to create a lift vector. So during cruise, we were a very balanced top spinning on its way to Mars. Now we eject 1/2 of masses off the side, and that actually gives us a lift vector. And we do this because with that lift vector, because there is an atmosphere, we can actually fly the spacecraft like an airplane through the atmosphere at the top. So as it's going through the atmosphere, as it's doing this peak deceleration, before it jettisons the parachute, it's actually flying like a plane, conducting a series of S curves as it flies. And this is in order for it to actually hit its target of where it wants to go. If it's coming in a little fast, it'll do a little bit more S curves so that it controls its distance. If it's coming in a little slow, it can do a little shallower S curves so that it's on track to hit the target. Now, when we're going at the right speed and we're past this deceleration, we eject the parachute, the largest supersonic parachute that has flown to date. This is critical for slowing us down. It's also one of our big single point failures. We only have one chute. If the chute doesn't work, you hit the ground at supersonic speeds and there's no recovery. With the chute, though, there's a little bit of smarts that we put into that chute trigger. So in Curiosity, the way they deployed the chute was they had a sensor that said how fast you're going, basically like a speedometer on your car. I'm going this fast, this fast, this fast. And then as soon as it tripped, okay, I'm just over going fast enough, going slow enough that I can deploy my chute, it would deploy the chute. Now we realized that that's great for landing safely, but that also means that you might be going through the atmosphere on the chute a little bit longer than you wanted. And the thing about the chute is you are at the mercy of the Martian winds. And of all the things that we can model on Mars, winds are one of the hardest things to model. I'm sure when you walk around, you can tell, even if you know it's windy, you can't predict where the gust is coming from or where it'll take you. And it can move our spacecraft around when it's on the parachute based on those winds. So the longer you spend on the parachute, the more you're susceptible to the winds blowing you off course that you have to potentially clean up later. So for Perseverance, we made one change, a single line change to the code that said, okay, we're going to deploy when we're slow enough, but also when we're close enough to the target. We're not going to deploy too soon or too late. We're going to wait until we're in this box of going just the right speed and just the right distance. And that actually improved our landing accuracy by over 40%, that one line change in logic of how we deployed the supersonic chute. Now, once you're on the chute, we release the heat shield because you don't need it anymore. Now you're going slow enough that the vehicle can tolerate it. And for the first time, now you can look at the ground. Now, Curiosity had primarily used a radar to land on the ground. And this is kind of like you hold your hands out, you close your eyes, you hold your hands out, and as soon as you hit the wall, that's when you know you're close enough, and if you hit the wall, you stop walking because you don't want to smash your face into the wall. That's sort of what Curiosity did. As soon as it saw the ground and it knew how far it was from the ground, based on what it could measure, it would stop it and knew it was safely on the ground. That's great if you just wanted to get to the ground safely, but for Perseverance, because the region was so hazardous, it wasn't enough for us to touch down safely on the ground because it wasn't safe depending on where in that landing site you go. We had to know where we were in that landing site. So for Perseverance, we had a camera. So while we were on the parachute, we actually took images of our descent and processed those images to figure out where we are. So this is like what we do naturally as humans. We use our eyes, we look at the ground, and we figure out where we are. And based on where we are, we can say, I don't want to land on that ledge. I don't want to jump on that rock. I'm going to go pick this nice flat spot. So once it had done that, it figured out where we are, it had picked the spot. At that time, we're going slow enough that the parachute's not going to slow us down any further. So we cut the parachute. We come in on the jetpack. The jetpack maneuvers us over to where the landing site that we selected was. It lowers the rover on a series of bridles until the rover touches ground. And then it cuts the bridles, the jetpack flies away, crashes somewhere else, so that it doesn't actually land back on the rover. So now the rover is safely on the surface of Mars, not just touch down safely, but in a region that it can survive landing in. So I think I have a little bit more time. So to give a little bit more details about that's terrain relative navigation, it comprises of 3 parts. So I talked about one, which is the camera that looks down to actually image the ground as you're coming down. We built a special computer for that camera that had advanced processing capabilities that could actually take those images fast enough and do all the thinking that you needed to do to output, okay, I took the image, I thought about it, and this is where I am. And it used a map that we generated that we had given it prior to, we had actually loaded prior to it, that was generated based on orbital imagery of, here's your map, those are your eyes, now this computer is your brain, and it figures it out based on what it sees and compared to the map of where it is. It uses a little bit of its inertial measurement unit just to stitch together, so it kind of like how your ear tells you whether you've gone one way or the other in between your eye blinks, to find a safe landing spot. Now, this is a map of the same Jezero crater that we saw before. The black circle here is what the white circle was before, but now it's color-coded based on our assessment of how safe that particular spot is. Red is bad, blue is good, blue and green are good. If you can't see very clearly, that's because there's a lot of red. There's a lot of red in here, and as I mentioned, some of these are inescapable hazards, which means you could technically land on them, but then the rover can't drive out. Some of these are rock fields that we could see big rocks, and then our guess at how many little rocks there were so much that we wouldn't be able to not land on a little rock, so that was bad too. Some of these are slopes that if the rover were to land on, it would just slide down, and then you couldn't control whether it fell over. And then some of these are cliffs, because there was this big cliff in the middle. So as we were coming in, as we were flying, as the rover was autonomously flying to land on Mars, that's what this white line represents. That's the rover's actual path as it landed. It was coming in a little fast and to the south, more so than it would be. So our best guess during all the design phase, we were hoping it was going to land here because there was a big patch of blue right underneath the cliff that we called our landing strip. It did not land there. It went a little long. So by the time it had to make the decision, which was the green part of this line, it's in these rock fields over here. So it has to find a safe site in one of these rock fields. So it found a little green pixel in between all this red and landed there. So did actually find a parking spot that it could find amongst all the different hazards. It was supposed to land within 40 meters. That was about how we had determined that it had to be that accurate. Otherwise, it couldn't fit into these small green dots in between the red. On the day of landing, 300 million miles from Earth to Mars, it was coming in a little long, found its place, landed to within 5 meters of the spot that it actually picked on Mars. So I'm particularly proud of that because that's one of the parts that I worked on a lot and tested a lot, which is very nerve-wracking because there's no way you can test all of entry, descent, and landing on Earth. The gravity is just not the same. The atmosphere is just not the same. So we have to test this all in pieces and with simulation. So the only day that all of the pieces come together is landing day itself. So you're just praying that you didn't forget anything during those tests. So the way that the lander vision system works to figure out where Perseverance was is very much like what we do naturally as human beings. We take images or pictures with our eyes and we compare them to a map. And in order to compare them to a map to figure out where you are, the first thing you do is you look for features, right? I see that street sign over there. I see that big building over here, and I see, this monument. And then you look at your map and say, okay, where are those features or those landmarks on the map? Like, oh, okay, I see these three, and then you rotate the map, and you're like, oh, okay, this is the direction in terms of what I see, and then you can figure out where you are and what direction you're pointing. That's basically what the lander vision system is doing. So the first phase is a course phase where it takes 3 images in a series and it picks 15 features total, and then looks at all 3 of them at once, compares them to a map, and tries to get a solution. This is pretty good. It gets us to about 200 meters accuracy with those large pixels. But in order to land safely at Jezero, we needed a little bit better performance. So then we go into a fine mode, which does basically the same thing, but now it does it every second. It does 1 image, and it now not just uses 5 features on that image, but over 100 features. So you can imagine as you're walking down and you're looking at the map, we generally tend to do like 3 or 4 images to find our way. Imagine if you could do 100 and then have to get all 100 to match up to your map, you could get a really good estimate of where you are, because there's only one way that all of them are going to line up in order to fit all of what you see. And that's basically what it does. The more features you have, the more points you have that there's only one way that it can fit, and that tells you really well where you are. Now, as we were designing, this got us down to our accuracy of 40 meters, but it wasn't just for a good day. We had to make sure that we could reach those accuracies over any day that we could land on Mars. And that could mean it was a really sunny day, or it was a really dusty day. It could mean that we were coming in very fast or very slow, that we were coming in super wobbly on the chute, or very still. Any of those cases, we had to make sure that we worked our way around it, because this was one of the critical features that enabled us to find the safe spot in which to land. I think I'm running a little low on time. So just a few images. This is, I know this is very technical, but this is a way of visualizing what we tend to do as humans in the mathematical speak of the images. So the bottom is the map. So this is the map of Mars that we gave it, of the landing site. And the top is the descent image. So what we're trying to do is to map this image that was taken as it was landing to this one. So the first thing we do is we find features. So the dots are everything that the algorithm decided could be a feature, and then we cut out little pieces of it, and then we move the map around, or what we call normalize it, in order to get it to weight. And then we take that piece of the map and basically look all over piece of the image and look all over the map to see if there's a match. Imagine you have like a puzzle piece and you have the grid. You're just scanning to make sure to see where best it fits. And when we get a match, we get this high correlation and we get this top peak saying, okay, that's the most likely match for that piece of the image is this part of the map. And then we repeat it for each of the features, and that lets us have those pieces where like, okay, for each of the features you identified, they're in this orientation, so they fit this way on the map. And when you have each of those, the only way that the spacecraft can be to fit them, that's what gets you your position of your vehicle. And then we do the same thing with the find mode, where it's the same process, except now it's not just big features, it's all these tiny features, and you're looking in a small portion of the window because you have a better guess of where you are, so you don't have to look over the whole map, you can just look over a part of the map because you already have a little bit of guess of where you are. So we look over a smaller piece of the map, that lets us do it faster, but we're still looking for the same correlation where we get the peak of this. So I showed these two because I have a little video of what it actually looked like on landing day. So just to give a little context, the top portion of the screen here, that is the actual image from the lander vision system camera during Perseverance's landing. It's a little dark, mostly because we didn't set the exposure quite right. But even though it looks dark to our eyes, the algorithm still worked well. This is the whole map of the Jezero crater that we had given it. So you can kind of see the channel here that we had shown, and then the ridge of the crater. This blue area is the zoom in of what is this big area. So you'll see as it goes through the video, this blue area, the blue box, is what is shown on this big portion over here, but it will change what view you get of the map. The green boxes are the features that I talked about, the part that it's picking out of what to compare to. The red box over here and over here, that is what the image looks like on the map. So this white and red shaded area, that's the left corner of this image. And I point that out because even if we put the image as square, or it comes into the camera square, it doesn't mean that you're taking a nice square image on the ground. If you've ever used like the 0.5 zoom on your phone, you'll know that it goes back and it gets a very distorted view of what you're looking at. That's kind of what happens here. As you go further, or as the vehicle, as you tip over, what you see isn't directly in front of you. It also can be slanted of what you see. So knowing what that angle is important for this matching. I will say, green means good again. So the features that were marked in green squares, those are the ones that were actually used in the algorithms. There are blue squares also. Those were the ones that were good, but we had enough, so we didn't need to use them. And then there are other colors like red and orange pink. Those were not used for whatever reason. We had a lot of techniques in there to throw them out. Maybe they were too close to the edge, or the correlation peak wasn't high enough, so the algorithm was like, this seems like a sketchy feature. It's probably not, the quality is probably not as good. We're not going to corrupt our estimate by including it. So the key was we wanted to get a lot of features that were good to get a good solid solution. So hopefully this works. Okay, so you can see we're just past the course phase. We're into the find. So we have about 150 green squares here, and they're all over the map. But as you can see, the image and the blue map area is getting smaller and smaller because as we descend, we only see a smaller and smaller portion of the ground of what's below us. Eventually this we'll get, this is when the rover tips over. So now it's actually already figured out where it is and it's flying over to it. So the way the rover flies, because all of its engines are pointing in the same direction, actually has to completely tip over 45 degrees and push its engine so it flies over. And then to stop itself, it turns over the other way, which you can see here, turns over the other way really drastically in order to stop itself before it rights itself and then goes straight down. I think that's the end of the movie. So that's an example not just of the why and the where we go, but a little bit of the technical details of how we enabled landing Perseverance at Jezero Crater. And I wanted to point out that this could not have been possible without a huge number of people who made this happen. This is just one image from like the middle of the development. I am this tiny person over here amongst the sea of people. And this is only the ones that were at JPL. It was a very collaborative thing across multiple NASA centers. And the rover especially also had a lot of international partners, especially on the science instruments. And this was the last picture we took on landing day, like about an hour before we sat in our consoles for the last time. We are holding up peanuts because there is a big superstition at JPL. All of our successful missions are only enabled by eating peanuts in mission control just before the event happens. But this was COVID, so we had to eat them outside. So we took a picture of them eating outside before we went in and landed Perseverance on Mars. So with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you, Swati, for your presentation, for taking us to the journey to the Mars. I'm sure the audience traveled with us in their imagination. They are full of pictures, full of questions. The level of curiosity skyrocketed on the audience. So, first question. I'm gonna approach you with the mic.
I was wondering if there was an option to land several rovers, and if so, what was the decisive factor?
Yeah, so for Perseverance, we did not decide to land several rovers. That was the option used for Spirit and Opportunity. The idea being there is we wanted to look for water and we weren't entirely sure where it was. So geographically, it made sense to go to multiple places that were of different geological types. So it gave us the best opportunity to see how different places were. With Perseverance and with some level of curiosity, the equipment that we wanted to do the measurements and the science, like it really, they all worked well together in terms of the scientific equipment. So it didn't make sense to split it, because then it would be basically double the cost. And wasn't seen, you could fulfill all the objectives with one, since we had a little bit more data about the terrain where it was and what we were looking for, that we were trying to get the detailed samples. I think there's one over there.
I'd like to ask, how big was this square area of possible landing in miles or kilometers in the crater?
Yeah, so the circle that I drew on the map, that was 6 kilometers by 8 kilometers, and that was the region, the accuracy of the region after we came down on the parachute. So the guided entry and the parachute trigger, that was a residual error after we corrected out what we could from those 2 phases. So within that, we had to see what the hazardous sites were and see what the accuracy we needed to land in between that region. So we had enough fuel basically on the jetpack to fly out to get to an accuracy to land safely inside that 6 by 8 kilometer circle. And that particular accuracy was one of the smallest that we've had. So Curiosity was something like 9 by 12 kilometers. Pathfinder, I don't remember the numbers offhand, but it was somewhere in the double digits, like 20 or 25, and Viking was much larger than that. So every mission has learned more, and part of the what makes Curiosity and Perseverance a step up from Pathfinder was a guided entry, that we correct a lot of the errors from interplanetary space in the top of the atmosphere before we get lower down.
Good afternoon. So I just wanted to ask, what was the process like to replicate Mars's environment at NASA?
That's a really good question. So testing is very difficult for landing because you can't replicate the whole thing. So we do it in pieces, and there's 3 pillars which we use for testing. So there's the bench testing, where you're working with the box that will actually fly, and you make sure you put it together properly, like it's screwed in, all the bits work, all the channels work, all the resistors and capacitors are all working, and you do it all the way through the actual hardware that will go to Mars. The second aspect is in simulation. So we do Monte Carlo simulations where we model the different aspects of the dynamics of landing. So these include things like the wind, these include things like the atmosphere at different layers, includes the terrain, includes how the parachute deploys in that atmosphere to get the dynamics of that process. Now, the third aspect is field testing, because when you do simulation, the answers that you get out are only as good as the models that you put in. So the knowing how good your models are and where their limitations are is super important. So in order to make sure that we didn't miss anything, in order to make sure that we had the right understanding to put in those models, we did field tests, and we did them individually to try to replicate those portions of the EDL flight regime, and depending on what it was, that might look different. So when we tested the parachute, there's 2 ways that we tested it. So one, we would put it in a very large wind tunnel where you can actually do a controlled experiment of what that wind flow is to see how it inflates. We also would do balloon tests where we would take the parachute up to very high altitudes on Earth that would then be at similar Martian pressure levels and deploy there, because then you can't control everything, and in not controlling everything, you may uncover things that you didn't realize, parts that interact together that you didn't know about when you do it in as realistic of an environment as possible. For something like the Lander Vision System camera, because it was the terrain that was the relative environment, we actually took it out to the desert, out in Mojave, and flew it over areas of the desert that looked like Mars. For other aspects that weren't as specific, we would do things like mortar tests where the explosives would be tested under the conditions, under the dynamics. We do vibration testing to make sure the pieces hold together. So put them on a table, and I will actually like shake them to make sure nothing breaks off or nothing falls apart. And then we do a lot of temperature testing. So we'll put them in a thermal vac chamber, expose them to the temperatures that we would expect to see. And some of these we do for performance too. So if it's important not just that they operate, but they operate at their performance. So we'll characterize the performance at different temperature levels in order to account for that also.
So we will be ending our online transmission. So we say goodbye to the internats watching us right now. But we continue here in Krakow. So I have a question for you, the last one, because we are out of time. Did you calculate the rate of failure?
Oh,
so
that's a really good question. So as I was talking about the simulation, you can never get to 100% probability of success, right? Like that's a little bit impossible, because that would presume that you know everything about how it's going to turn out. So what we do to calculate that is we run our simulations, and we have a confidence interval. So we run many Monte Carlo simulations. I think in our final runs,